absolutely, positively need the truth. This is where you turn. This is the Hugh Hewitt Show.
Hi, Eric here with Ultimate Tax Group. If you owe back taxes to the IRS or state, personal or business, my team and I want to help you take your freedom back. Call Ultimate Tax Group at 888-505-1099. We will stop or prevent bank levies or wage garnishments. We care and fight for our clients. Call us today, 888-505-1099. UltimateTaxGroup.com.
Are you looking for a meaningful way to preserve our nation's history? Consider purchasing a Blueprints of Liberty brick. Each purchase helps to build Liberty Village. By sponsoring a brick, you become a part of the Blueprints of Liberty Village, a unique destination that brings our founding history to life. This family-friendly location will provide an opportunity for youth and visitors to encounter history like never before. Visit UnitedWePledge.org to order your Blueprints of Liberty brick today.
This is the Hugh Hewitt Show.
Attention pet lovers. Try Greska's Carbon 60, a revolutionary pet supplement designed to keep your furry friends at their very best. It's packed with powerful antioxidants. Greska's Carbon 60 supports your pet's immune system, joint health, and vitality. Now, whether you have a playful pup or a seasoned senior, give them the gift of wellness with Greska's Carbon 60. Visit our website at C60.com. That's the letter C.
This is Fox on Justice. The two Venezuelan immigrants accused of killing a 12-year-old girl faced a judge. The focus was about a gag order. Attorneys representing the suspects wanted to stop the district attorney's office and officials from talking to the media about this case. Ultimately, though, the judge ruled against a broad gag order. To rehash the case, in June, police said 12-year-old Jocelyn snuck out of her home. Her body found nearby in a creek in North Houston. Surveillance footage showed her with two men, identified as 26-year-old Franklin Jose Peña Ramos and 21-year-old Johan Jose Martinez Rangel. Police say the two lured Jocelyn under a bridge, sexually assaulted her, and strangled her to death. According to ICE, both men were caught by Border Patrol but released the same day with a notice to appear. Jocelyn's mom says her daughter should have been able to make it home safely.
If we had stricter border policies, I genuinely do believe my daughter would be here because they were detained and they were released within the same exact day.
I'm Brooke Taylor, Fox News.
The Point is KUSG, Hagåtña, Guam, 93.3 FM and 104.3 HD3.
Too soon to know the impact on Lisa Brady. Fox News. That bottom line from the White House after a second day of exploding electronics in Lebanon as the push for a ceasefire in Gaza continues.
Sadly, we aren't any closer to that now than we were even a week ago. So it's difficult to see any immediate impact of these incidents.
National Security Communications Advisor John Kirby declining to confirm reports that Israel is behind the explosions, blamed for more than 20 deaths and thousands of injuries in Lebanon. The Israeli military has not claimed responsibility, but today announced a new phase of war focused on the fight with Hezbollah militants. No endorsement from the Teamsters, the union just confirming it will not back Vice President Harris or former President Trump in this year's election, saying neither candidate had sufficient support from members or made serious enough commitments to ensure the interests of working people are always put before big business. This despite internal Teamsters polling showing a 27-point advantage for Trump, 58 to 31%. The Fed cuts a key interest rate by a half point, larger than its usual quarter-point move in the first cut since 2020, though Fed Chair Jerome Powell stops short of declaring victory in the long inflation fight.
We are not on any preset course. We will continue to make our decisions meeting by meeting.
The central bank expects another half-point reduction this year and 4 cuts next year. Wall Street rallying and then wavering. The Dow down 103 at the bell. Disgraced movie producer Harvey Weinstein just pleading not guilty to a new sex crime charge in New York. This as he awaits retrial on an overturned 2020 conviction. Weinstein was also convicted in a California case. America is listening to Fox News.
Senator Dueñas fought to get $20 million in additional education funds and $30 million appropriated to GMH. Senator Chris Dueñas' Malik legislation will put more police officers on the streets, and Senator Dueñas is always ready to take on Guam's newest challenges. His housing bills will allow for greater construction flexibility. Re-elect Senator Chris Dueñas. Focus, balanced, ready.
I am Chris Dueñas, and I approve this message.
Disco fever will be in full swing at Circle K's 7th Annual Craft Beer and Whiskey Festival on September 28th at the Regal Royal Laguna Guam Resort. Sample from an impressive selection of far-out beers and whiskey while rocking your most righteous 70s outfit. Boogie down to Rad Entertainment and get a chance to win $1,300 in cash prizes. Early bird tickets are available now until August 31st. Purchase from any Circle K location or online at craftbeerfestguam.com. Join us for a groovy night that will be totally out of sight.
Renewed warnings about the long arm of Chinese hackers after federal agencies disrupted one cyber operation targeting U.S. infrastructure and corporations.
FBI Director Christopher Wray detailed a joint operation disrupting a hacking group known as Flax Typhoon that used malware to target critical infrastructure across the U.S. and overseas.
From corporations and media organizations to universities and government agencies.
Speaking at a cybersecurity conference, Ray says Flax Typhoon posed as an IT firm, but was really collecting intelligence for Chinese security agencies.
I view this as another successful disruption, but make no mistake, it is just one round in a much longer fight.
Another hacking group known as Volt Typhoon was identified last year, accused of trying to gain access to U.S. infrastructure.
Fox's Jared Halpern at the White House. U.S. troops are deployed to Alaska after an increase in Russian military activity in the region.
Roughly 130 U.S. soldiers and mobile rocket systems have been moved to an island in the Aleutian chain of western Alaska. This after 8 Russian military aircraft, 4 Russian Navy vessels, and 2 submarines were recently detected near Alaska, activity linked to a joint military exercise between the Kremlin and China, dubbed Ocean 24. None of the planes breached American airspace. Russia and China have increased ties amid tensions with the U.S. over Ukraine and Taiwan. Pentagon spokesperson Major General Pat Ryder says it's not the first time we've seen the Russians and the Chinese flying in the vicinity, explaining that's something that we obviously closely monitor, and it's also something that we are prepared to respond to. Kristen Goodwin, Fox News.
Congressional Gold Medal is just awarded to a group of black women, mathematicians and scientists who helped NASA launch astronaut John Glenn into orbit. Their lives portrayed in the movie Hidden Figures. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News.
I'm Ginger Cruz, and I'm running for Congress with a plan. You can read it at gingercruz.com. Jim Moylan has no plan, just outdated websites. No solutions, you need to call his office. But here's what he did do. He lost $300 million in compact impact money. He let his good friend in Congress kill compensation for Guam's radiation survivors. And he took credit for money that DOD is getting for Guam. Guam faces real threats and a crushing cost of living. And Washington is where we can solve these problems if you understand how. Congress is tough. You have to engage with members, know what you're talking about, be convincing, and move Guam's issues. From my start in the Guam legislature in 1983 to the Ada and Gutierrez administrations to the highest levels of the federal government, this has been my life's work. I even taught it at UOG. A lifetime of experience means that I'm ready to work for you on day one. I'm Ginger Cruz for Congress. I approved and paid for this ad, and I need your vote.
Docomo Pacific delivers only the best for business. With the island's widest mobile network, unlimited services, and data-to-go roaming, we keep you connected wherever business takes you. Trust Docomo Pacific to provide you with unparalleled coverage and service. Discover more at business.docomopacific.com.
It's time to celebrate 30 years of cleaning our coasts and sandy fun. Join us for the Guam International Coastal Cleanup on Saturday, September 21st, starting at 6 a.m. After the cleanup, head on over to Ipao Beach from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. for the first ever Guam Sandfest 2024. Witness incredible sand sculpting demos, sand sculpting competitions, a variety of food vendors, live music, and fun activities for kids and the entire family. It'll be a sensational day. Register now at sandfestguam.com.
Holiday and Good Morning Guam at 6:06 on Thursday, September 19. I'm Donna De Jesus with a look at your local news on The Point. Tanya Tanya Uggan, a female detainee, escaped from DOC early yesterday morning. At 5:15, an all-points bulletin was issued for Uggan, who had been in custody since the end of May. DOC Director Fred Bordalio confirmed that she escaped through a cut fence at Post 8, but was recaptured 20 minutes later by a special operations team outside the facility. Uggan was originally detained for possession and criminal mischief. She now faces new charges of escape and damaged property. This incident marks the third escape from DOC in the past month. Meanwhile, Timothy Sarabor was sentenced to 17 years in prison for a carjacking at Ocopelas in March. He stole a family's truck while wielding a gun, though he was later acquitted of using the weapon. Despite the acquittal, the court heard testimony from the victims, including a child, describing the fear caused by the firearm. Assistant AG Sean Brown sought 45 years due to Sarabor's history and lack of remorse. Sarabor's defense pointed out that his co-defendant, Jamba Bauta, received a lighter sentence. Sarabor will serve 12 years for carjacking and an additional 5 years for committing the crime while on felony release. We'll have more news after this.
Hold on. Interest rates are coming down. And that includes residential loans whose rates are the lowest in over a year. If you've been putting off refinancing your home or purchasing a home, wait no longer. And there's our home equity or HELOC program, which gives you money without touching your existing home loan at the lowest rate in over a year. So come see us at Bank Pacific, please, where we've been making home loans for 70 years. Equal housing lender, credit conditions apply. Member FDIC.
A partial consent decree for GWA wastewater and sewer projects was signed by Chief Judge Francis Tidinko Gatewood, giving GWA 10 years to complete the work. General Manager Miguel Bordalio says the utility is still working on pump station upgrades and CCTV inspections, facing challenges to meet the decree's requirements. GWA is also addressing federal guidelines for removing PFAS, harmful chemicals in water. The Navy and GWA are collaborating on testing surface active foam fractionation technology, which could help reduce PFAS waste disposal issues. And the construction management contract for Simon Sanchez High School's rebuild is close to approval. After nearly a year-long procurement process, the contract with SSFM International is now being signed by various officials, including the governor. The $7.9 million in funding has been cleared, allowing the contract to move forward. Sanchez students are currently sharing the JFK campus after Typhoon Mawar damaged their school. Officials hope to move students to a temporary campus soon, either by leasing the Tumon Bay Mall or constructing a new facility in Jigo. If FEMA funding doesn't come through, students may stay on double sessions for a little while longer. And those are your top stories right here on The Point. Now, here's Ray with your weather.
I got to be careful around here. You never know what's going to be exploding. That's the new. Have you heard the new one? So remember yesterday we started off with the great news that the terrorists had exploding pagers, and apparently now that has morphed into all kinds of other devices, walkie-talkies. They say that there are even some iPhones that have been exploding out there where the Hezbollah is, and it just gets to be a better and better and better story. Of course, you kind of wonder, wait a second, just how far away from being able to get targeted by people and say, doesn't he have a computer mouse near him? Maybe we'll make it so that the computer mouse blows up when he's got his hands on it, and then he'll have to use his left hand for the rest of his life to be able to do radio. I don't know. It's just the weird way that where thoughts are.
There's one-armed drummers.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
That's right. The dude from Def Leppard.
So do it, man.
All right, I got you. I'm not going to be afraid. I won't be afraid of my technology. Thank you, Joe. 6:10 in the morning. Don't be afraid of the weather, though they are saying that we might experience some scattered showers and thunderstorms here today. Partly sunny with highs near 87 degrees. East-southeast winds 5 to 9 miles an hour. Scattered showers and thunderstorms before midnight tonight. Under mostly cloudy skies and overnight lows of about 77 degrees, which is the suck, because there's this great full moon out there, blue moon, and apparently over the last, 24 hours or so, there might have been a partial eclipse of the moon visible in some places. I don't know if it worked out around here, but you got a big blue moon and a partial eclipse. It's just absolutely crazy up in the cosmos. Isolated showers in the forecast for tomorrow. Hey, Real Joe, what's tomorrow?
Friday?
Are you surprised? Am I catching you
Is
by
it Friday
Tomorrow's
tomorrow?
Friday.
Yes.
Yeah. How about that?
3-day weekend.
Partly
nice.
sunny. Oh, yeah, right. With highs near 87 degrees, east-southeast winds up to about 10 miles an hour today. Tomorrow night, partly cloudy skies, and overnight low 77 degrees. Saturday says mostly sunny with highs near 87 degrees. Perfect for the coastal cleanup and the big sand fest and goofing off over at the beach bar. It's partly cloudy on Saturday night with overnight lows of about 78 degrees. With the heat index, it'll feel like 96, 30% chance of rain. Rip current surf hazards are in effect right now, so be very, very careful when you get up and around the water. Sunrise this morning about 10 minutes ago, and we had some great pictures coming in from Jeff over at Pirates Cove. Turned into an absolutely gorgeous looking sunrise out there. Put that up on the screen.
wow.
Yeah, get you thinking about what your day is going to be like. And yesterday, I gotta do a shout. Yesterday, we did the picture. Alicia Duenas Sanderson sent us that picture from First Beach.
Yeah.
It was her birthday yesterday.
No.
It was her birthday. I just noticed the caption on that this morning, and she's with us every single day. So happy belated birthday to you.
And happy
Sorry
birthday.
I didn't greet you properly yesterday. Sunset tonight is going to be at 6:19. Hashtag tell the others. There it is. News and weather together on 93.3 The Point. Brought to you by Bank Pacific. Banking on the Pacific for 70 years.
KFC's $5 breakfast deals are the best and most affordable ways to start your day. The Colonel's Chicken and Rice Bowl, $5. Chicken fried steak, $5. Sausage, biscuit, and gravy, $5. And they all come with a fresh coffee. KFC $5 breakfast deals are served starting at 6 a.m. daily at your favorite KFC restaurant. KFC, it's finger-licking good.
Boss, I got run over by a forklift.
Boss, I crashed a company truck.
What do we do? Our warehouse and inventory are gone.
Hi, this is Dave Silva from AB Risk Solutions, and it's time for Risk 101. Everything you just heard are examples of risk your businesses can face. Our job is to ask the hard what-if questions and teach you how to reduce your exposures and help you recover if things go sideways. We've got decades of experience in Micronesia working with businesses big and small. Call AB Risk Solutions today at 777-2668 for a free inspection and quote.
AB Risk Solutions, formerly known as Aon.
Is that me? Throw a blurb out there.
No,
it's blurb time.
Throw it
Gibson
away.
Show portions brought to you by the guys over at APL, American President Lines, a global presence with a local home. Also being brought to you by Kim and Ron over at Security Title. They take care of the hard stuff. Title and escrow, no problem. You got the things that make your real estate process a little bit more complicated. They are experts. Nobody does it better than Kim and Ron at Security Title.
The Ray Gibson Show. Morning talk that matters. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Love your lawn, people. Love your lawn. With news and information this morning that we are down to the last couple of days for voting in Pika's Best. Is that what's that? Somebody said?
Oh, they're closing the polls.
What?
They're going to close the polls.
They're going to close the polls, and then it'll be 3 months before we find out who the actual winners are. Just like the stateside election, all of the networks are starting to, the punditry is starting to get up there and say, I think it's going to be another complicated national election here. It might be hours,
you don't say,
days, weeks before we're able to declare a winner in the presidential vote. I'm trying to figure, because we used to be able to, in this country, we used to be able to, you go to sleep and you vote and you wake up the next morning and you know who your president is. You remember the last time around, it took some time.
Yeah.
Complicate the complications. Figure out how to steal it. Did I say that out loud?
No.
And so we're being, I just want you to know, this is the way Ray Gibson sees it, we are being pre-gas lit by the media that are in on it anyway. So they're going to tell us now not to have any expectations for a real kind of election that's going to, like a normal election. There's going to be complications because all of these mail-in ballots, and we're going to have to check for illegal aliens and all of that stuff. And careful, those voting machines might explode on you. might explode on you, and you just never know. It's gonna have me thinking. And I'm going to be doing a little bit more traveling in the next couple of days, and I wonder if the hysteria for these exploding devices is only limited to the Hezbollah and folks out in the Middle East. Is this going to be another one of those things where you get on an airplane and they say, oh, okay, what do you have on you? What kind of devices do you have on you? If you've got a pager, fly a certain brand. Sorry, we're not going to let you fly.
Put your pager on airplane mode, sir.
They already like that. When I was leaving Manila. When I was leaving Manila, they scanned my suitcase.
Oh yeah,
thank God,
sure.
Right? As they should. I'm a likely suspect. Anyway,
look at you with that beard.
They scanned my suitcase and then they pulled it out and I go, ooh, special attention. What did I do?
Oh, yeah.
And the lady says there are cell phones in there, and I said, yeah, there's cell phones. I brought one as a just in case
and 3 burners.
Yeah, and I brought another an old iPhone that I was hoping to get the screen replaced there, where it's probably cheaper.
Yes.
But they don't have the screen replace place in Bonifacio. So anyway,
sorry,
I think,
boss.
well, I'm not carrying this in my carry-on. It's another pound. So I stuck it in the suitcase, and they don't want you to do that anymore. Rechargeable batteries and things like that. They don't want you carrying them in the suitcase, because if they do catch fire, it'll be in the belly of the aircraft. It'll be in the
that's not good.
And they say you know what, we might not be able to get to that fire at all. So they're apparently very, very cracking down on that. And there was a few years ago, I can't remember exactly what the Samsung number was, but there was a Samsung that had come out, and just in the process of charging it, it got really hot, and in some cases, hot enough to catch fire. And you will remember, if you think about it, that there were airlines that said, if you have this model of a Samsung phone, we're not letting you on the airplane. You cannot bring it with you.
You could heat up your meal with that thing.
Yes, you could. Yes, it's like the MREs, baby, MREs. Anyway, lots to get to here this morning. Welcome to the Ray Gibson Show on 93.3 The Point. My name is Ray. Thrilled as usual to be here with you. It's as I'm saying, it is Thursday, the 19th of September. I was looking at it because I wanted to be kind of clever and be able to say, hey, it's the 19th. You know what it's going to be in 3 months, don't you?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it'll be December 19th. But there's nothing really
it's
special.
Almost Christmas,
nothing really special, but it's going to have to wait until the 25th, until next Wednesday. Then I'll say, hey, guess what's going to be happening in 3 months? This is going to be Christmas. Yeah, we're going to start playing. Is it too early to start playing Christmas music? It was not in the Philippines, but I was surprised because I did not necessarily hear as much Christmas music as I thought it was going to be. Anyway, I might have mentioned that before. So, as I said, welcome to the program. Excuse the mess. Ray Gibson over here. Real Joe gets the phone.
I promise.
It's going to be a busy morning. Lots and lots of fun. And we have Judge
Lamarena.
What's the first name again? Alberto.
Yeah.
There we go.
Well, I never call him that.
No.
Your Honor.
Nobody does.
Your Honor.
Nobody does. The only
Nino. I call him Nino.
Right. Anyway, his Honor is going to be coming in a little bit later on this morning. It is what is it? Constitution Week.
Yeah, it's a great document.
Being recognized by the island leaders. Of course, we've got a copy of the Constitution right here in the radio station. Keep it handy. Just in case somebody wants to come in and say, "Hey, you can't say that on the radio."
No,
and then I go, "No, right. Very, very first thing says I can. Yeah. I can if I want to say."
Here's a copy
that
for
on
you,
the radio. And this Constitution Day is a special day to honor one of the most important documents in history. Signed 237 years ago, this document laid the foundation for the freedoms we cherish and the principles that guide our government, said presiding Judge Lamarena. Same guy looked right at me and announced that I was going to be in jury duty. I am kind of still holding a grudge on that.
10 days contempt. Send him away, Your Honor.
I know it. I will be the one that gets put in jail, right? Never mind the Seki Melanias and the kidnappers and all of that. I will be the one.
You're the problem.
For complaining about it. Anyway, but it is important now to point this out because it was just yesterday that Gavin Newsom signed into law a measure in California that would make it a criminal offense for people to be putting up, quote, disinformation up on the thing, and the X was all over the place.
Weird.
Oh my God. Oh my. Yeah. We get 75 million other things wrong with California, and he decides, nope. We can't have any deep fakes with Kamala Harris and anything that might be that somebody might consider to be offensive or misinformation or disinformation. And I think the fact of the matter is he might have forgotten there is a First Amendment, and even the guy. What was the name of the guy, the publisher of Hustler years ago? Didn't he win a major case on that and being able to say
never heard of it? Never heard of that magazine.
I never saw that. So here's what I want you to do. This is vitally important. Many of you have VPNs on your phone. Many of you have VPNs on your tablets and your computers for a variety of reasons. I'm not. Hey, I don't know how you live, but I've got VPNs on mine so that I can watch Netflix. I can tell my computer that I can tell the network that my computer is in the Philippines, even though it's on my lap at the house, so I can watch Filipino Netflix.
So they know you're Filipino.
If there's good Japanese Netflix, then I can point my VPN at that.
Ads.
Yeah. So yes, exactly. So that's kind of. So what I want you to do, folks, if you've got some really, really disturbing stuff that would just make the lefties out in California just shake. What I want you to do is point your VPN to there and start making all of these posts, because I want the disinformation, misinformation. What is it? They're going to put together some kind of government group or agency. I want them to be able to start chasing after ghosts, start chasing after all of these people that are going to be posting. Anti-California misinformation, but we're going to be posting from Guam, USA. So point your VPNs off in that direction.
Be a troll.
Yeah, well, I was doing that with Brazil. I had all my VPNs.
They hate the X.
They hate the X, and they hate Elon Trump.
I don't hate my X.
Sorry, that was
I don't hate you, X.
Too much going on here. Too many different threads to pull on this morning. Anyway, 6:23 in the morning. Donna D is going to be taking care of news and headlines, but not for very long. The continuing plays and Into the Woods continues. Matinees all over the place. Yes. The actual show begins when? Tonight is the beginning of the actual. You can get tickets and go and watch the thing up at Dominican up in Gigo.
I'm hearing good things, man.
I'm hearing good things as well. But Donna D is going to be taking off early so she can take care of matinees, hopefully go and get some rest, and then go and play the witch tonight.
What a witch.
In the actual first big deal of Into the Woods.
She's Pika's best witch.
6:24 in the morning. Speaking of witches.
Sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name, and they're always glad you came. You want to be where you can see our troubles are all the same. You want to be where everybody knows your name. You want to go where people know people are all the same. You want to go where everybody knows your name.
Like the Bang of Guam on Payday Friday. Everybody knows your name. Everybody knows who you are and all of that kind of thing. 6:25. And at number one today, me.
Baba Yaga.
Yep, I'm the new Baba Yaga.
The boogeyman's here.
I don't know. I pressed a button on the machine, then I pressed a button on the iPad, and
I'm so proud of you this morning, man.
Nobody else here. There's no Ismael. Auntie Bennett's not online yet. So I come in first. Congratulations to me. Auntie Bennett, Lohan Duenas came in right on top of that. Then big man Rico Blancaflor. I see Henry Manglotnia, Zen Pat Saho for day to you. Let me see. There's Brittany Tollefson watching the program.
Morning, Britt. How's the eggs?
James Bondo hanging out with her. You know, when the husband comes back from the submarine duty, you're in trouble,
right?
bro. Let me see. There's Henry Manglotnia, Mark Anthony's hanging out with us, Elizabeth Mendiola Kitchitu off of Jeff Pleadwell, the Pirates Online. Thanks for all those great pictures of sunrises coming up on the eastern side of the island, indicative of what a great day I think it's going to be for us today. Brittany Tollefson with a couple of, she's clinking glasses. It says, good morning. Thank you so much. Back at you. Lori with a wide Duenas Online. Rudy Rodolfo, the original Burger King, is hanging out. Zero Young, then let me see, JB St. Nicholas, Secret Chopper of the program, JB Online. Let me see, Mike Grace Blas. Ken Augustin sending shouts to the Point Familia. Bill Petit is watching the program. Hey, Bill, when you're done watching the program, Could you go and watch your beetle nut tree for a second?
Oh, that's right.
Could you I'm just
Hey there, Bill.
Yeah, looking for a certain color beetle nut in the next.
Yeah.
I am for the first time in I don't remember how long. I am actually out of beetle nut.
Oh, that's a bummer, man.
No, it's okay.
We hope you're doing good, Bill.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Out there, like I said, certain.
You're looking great, Bill.
You know, the back of the truck is not necessarily clean right now, but there's room for a couple of bundles.
Just drop the Pugwa, Bill.
If you have, let me see. I got Charles Craw there. EOD Kaboom. What do we know about EOD guys?
Hot wives.
Absolutely.
And great dads.
That's what I was going to say.
Oh, man.
Hava Bunker Menodes and Cecile Bamba Suda, Jay Nauta online. Hava Henry Conception and Bandits there. Beautiful Sarita Garin watching the program here this morning. Greg Kierbrock is there. And always good to hear from him. Let me see. Tony and Annette on Pinko Ada. You know, Real Joe, I don't think we've seen the last of Tony Ada. Oh, it's Sarita already talking about a Thirsty Thursday vibe.
Morning,
she says that all morning. Says, "Oh, Thirsty Thursday vibe is going to be so much fun."
She's parched.
And then you don't hear from her again until Friday morning. And then she's posting like 75 pictures of Thirsty Thursday, but never a thing where she says, "Hey, it's Thirsty Thursday," and just post on where she's going.
My head hurts Friday.
For Thirsty Thursday. I'm just saying, you need to let the world know about that.
Get it, Sarita.
It's okay. You don't
go, girl.
Truth of the matter is, you don't need to let us know where you're going. We've been tapping your phones, and somebody dropped an iPad tracker in you a long time ago. We know where you're at. Ali Malakas is online. Alan Balbin, half a day to you. Chris Frank. And hope you're feeling great this morning. Felix Bamba, like I said, Jerome McDonald. Anna Marie is watching the program. Vince Borja. I was going to say, Jerome, you're in California now.
Right,
around that whole Governor Newsom thing. And what are people saying around you with this idea that certain memes, certain tweets that people post on social media could get the attention
wiped away
of the meme police?
Straight to jail.
Just curious about that. Anna Marie is there. Vince Borja. Let me see. Riyad Mahmoud is asking the question, is Guam a name of the country? I am wondering. Riyad, I'm not going to say it. Just be careful if you've got like a pager around you or a phone or a walkie-talkie.
Be careful, sir.
You might be missing some fingers by the end of the program. Havalani Salas, Big Man Rico, like I said. They got Jose Martinez. Heather Perez is watching the program. Good morning, Heather. Nice to see Lonnie with an I. Salas saying good morning to Jerome McDonald and everybody else. Let me see. Brittany Tollefson says, morning, Ray, Joe, Donna, and all of the hashtag Gibson's groupies.
Oh, wow. The Gibsonites.
You know, people, you can hear Donna. People that know me, people that know me, you do stuff like that, Britt, and I appreciate it so much. But I'm just telling you that there's eyes rolling all over going, oh, God. Go ahead. Make that ego even bigger,
Try being his lapdog.
Ego the size of Mount Lam, and you're not helping. Happy day to Dale Audette, Nadine, and George Daga Morita watching the program. Nice to see new names like that one. Ursula Franquez Garrido, Andy Terlahi says, what's with the rise in arsonists here at home? It's a new, different way for people to try to sake Melania and cover their tracks. Sabrina Salas Matanani is watching the program.
Good morning, Bree.
So wait a second. What are you doing up so early? Was there not a fundy last night?
Was there?
I think there was a fundy last night.
Maybe
over
there's
at,
a wave
like,
this morning.
Like Roy's or someplace.
I hope they're waving out there.
Like highfalutin and fancy.
Don't drop donuts here, Bree. We're not taking donuts.
Wasn't able to make it.
Don't drop any Main Street donuts.
Not Main Street donuts. Not the Krispy Kreme-like donuts from Crown Bakery on the way. I'm just saying. Front door's locked, right? Let me see.
It's wide open.
Speaking of donuts, Steve Love is on the line with us here today. Nice to see you, Steve.
Morning,
I got an unusual way of making rolls. You got to see how he does donuts. Bunker Meadow says partial eclipse tonight. Eunice Mendiola, half a day to you. Let me see. I got Dean Bates. Hey, there's my buddy Dean. How you doing? Haven't seen you in a long time. But I see all of Alma's posts on the goodness that is coming out of these raised gardens that she's got. I mean, she's all.
Oh, that's sweet.
They've got they've got their places. It's such a green thumb.
Sustainability.
Garden of Eden. And, and so the next time we want some veggie stir-fry, I know where to go to get the vegetables. Never mind Payless. I'm sneaking into your backyard, Dean. Have a day to you, Jose, and Andy Santos, Taidinku, Bandit, Lena McDaniel, the Christine Oliver, saying, "Oi, happy Thursday." Kim Aiken's watching the program.
Hey, Kim.
What do we know about him?
Nice hair.
Jackie Bora Cabrera. Birthday girl, Alicia Duenas Anderson. Marie Babauta got the Janine Bloss. Hey, Janine's back.
Hey, Janine.
Hi, Janine.
Where
How you doing?
Been?
Hanging out with her daughter, no doubt. Have a day to Tracy Perez Limpiaco. Thanks. Oh my God.
Morning, Tracy.
So she comes in yesterday to record some commercials for the home show, right? GPA is going to be a part of that. So she comes in to take care of that and swings by with a bag, one of these foodies bags, and it's jammed with fresh empanada. So
yeah, sorry you were gone already, Donna.
The crunch. OMG.
I thought the power was going to go off right when we saw her.
I'm still feeling the crunch. Mike Grace Blas. Let me see. There's Nate Horn. It's a big crowd today. Do me a favor. Like, follow, share, comment if you can. Leslie St. Nicholas. Jose Martinez says Kamala Harris is a deep fake. Larry is the first name of the hustler guy. Larry Flint. There we go. That's right. And he won.
Yeah, Larry.
He won a big case.
Morning, Larry.
You guys can look that up if you want to. Randy Landis is there. Jennifer Leon Guerrero. Yeah, just do it. Yeah, that's what you want in your search bar, right? Yeah, what
That's how you want to be remembered.
Hustler, Larry Flint, Hustler, because Ray Gibson said so. Let me see. Gina Marie Tenorio Call is there. Rob Greeno hanging out on this side. Wife on the other side, on the YouTube side. Margaret Estacchio. Let me see. I got Will Parkinson. Will, you're on the list. You're on the call-out list today.
Oh, Will Parkinson.
Yeah, I don't know how I missed it.
A good senator.
I went through the new bills yesterday, and the one that I thought was the freshest was Chris Barnett's, and I think yesterday it was the freshest. But right underneath it was a new piece of legislation that Will Parkinson has introduced to get us another 3 months of $100 a month credits. Yes.
For our power bill?
Yeah, for the power bill. Yeah.
I thought it was going to be like a shoot him in the head legislation.
No. We'll save the shoot him in the head legislation for later. Simon Sanchez online. He's on the list as well because I want to know a little bit more about the.
Are you avoiding me, Uncle Si?
Conversations they're doing at the PUC next week and how that's going to impact my wallet. Alpha Omega and let me see. Fix Ray. LOL. Eric Chong. Joe Takai is hanging out with us. So is Bob and Connie Bartonico, my pickleball pals. Ben Servino and let me see. Stephen Blake is there.
Real guy.
I heard.
Good morning, guy.
I heard. Let me see if there's anybody else that needs a lot of recognition. Tammy Bumba online. Mark Mendiola.
Hey, Mark. Morning, Mark.
Says UOG gets full ABET accreditation for the School of Engineering. We are producing our engineers right here on Guam. It is a dream come true. I remember being at the Rotary Club one day years and years ago, and Uncle Robert Underwood was the guest speaker, and he came out and was talking about one of the things that was kind of infuriating to him and myself as well, is the number of kids that will graduate from high school, go off island, go off to college, and get themselves educated, matriculated, and trained up, and then never come back. And he thought,
we'll
maybe
never see him again.
Maybe if we had like an engineering school here on Guam, then maybe they'd stick around a little bit longer or find a way to come back. Tattoo Shauna is online working on some coffee. There's candidate Vic Gaza. Half a day to you, Greg Miller. Hey, that's a favorite back cracker online. Have a nice to see you there, Greg. And let me see.
I need my back crack.
Rico Blancaflor says, no, you know what? I don't need my back cracked. And I don't think I need...
What do you need? You need your hips pumped.
No. What's the one where the Miller will take your head and just kind of give it a little...
Snap it.
Yeah, a little twist.
Yeah.
That little procedure there. And
I always get scared.
Dude, I levitate. I totally levitate when I get that. Bistro Rusanova Mendiola online, and that brings me to the YouTube guys and see who's hanging out here. Tommy Napati saying good morning, Ray, Joe, and Donna D. Big man Rico over here as well. Tattoo Sean Gumatauta saying good morning. Telefofo MP Ogo Sungi Marijuana Guam. There's SP Bora saying good morning. Sergeant Rect
Morning, Sergeant Rectum.
Darn near killed him.
God.
Anthony Bennett Lujan Duenas with the litany of her favorite Republicans that she wants you to vote for. And even Abiba AG Doug Moreland. Rudy Magallanes is there. Wow, says, good morning. I'm still in the hospital at GRMC. Just checking in with you, buddy.
Man.
Take care of yourself, man. Bitcoin was at 60. When I came in, 60.
61?
And is that where it is now?
Yeah, 61 some.
Wow, it was 60.
Up.
It was 60,000 and 500 when I looked at it.
Up, Rudy. Hang in there, bro.
Yeah, buddy. Well, now you know you can pay the bill. Ted Lewis is online. Yes, that Ted Lewis, the thirsty of thirsties. Wait, Thursday of the Thirsties, another fun-filled, professional, informative, productive, skillful, mindful, and demure day with The Point. Those are the instructions from Lisa Greeno.
Did I just throw up in my mouth?
No, stop. No, because I said yesterday, can we be mindful and demure?
Yes, we can.
And so today she has included it. She's included it in a thing. Dennis Lang, D. Wayne Sablon, Bad Boy 671 Guam Barbecue. I got Jay Swizzle and Living in the Pacific.
Swizzle in the hizzo.
As usual, might be a little bit too early for the Tiggo Biddies sightings, but we'll continue our surveillance. It's 6:37 in the morning. All right, lots and lots to get to on our table of contents. Wait a second. How, when, online, saying good morning to Guam, 2 days until Vietnam.
Oh, nice. Dr. Nguyen.
Yeah, Dr. Howe, Dr. Nguyen. We a little bit of a conversation I had with some friends of mine, and they might be on the same flight as you, Doc.
Sweet.
Because they were just raving about it. They just came back from Vietnam like recently.
Yeah.
And they were like, okay, that was too much fun. Let's go back.
Yeah.
So, we got a weekend coming up. You fly here and go to the Philippines and get on another jump. Because I think if you fly PAL. That airplane, it goes to the same terminal, like right next to it is where the flight is that takes you to Vietnam.
Oh, nice little hops.
Yeah,
there.
so you get out of one airplane and then right into another.
Doc, try the lumpia. Just,
I heard, right? Heard they got pretty good pho.
That's what I hear.
In Vietnam.
You got to try that, Doc, if you ever go out.
Right, 20 away from the top of the hour. Donna D with news and headlines this morning. If you're ready for it, let's hear it. What are the big stories today?
For the second time in a week, Puff Supply was targeted by an arsonist. On Tuesday, a man threw a Molotov cocktail into the Barragata shop. The device shattered but didn't fully ignite. No one was hurt. Police are searching for the suspect who covered his face and wore a red jacket. Puff Supply is asking neighbors to check their security cameras for any clues about the attacker. And Guam Homeland Security confirmed no threat to Guam or the Marianas after a North Korean missile launch. Homeland Security Advisor Esther Agigi stated that officials are monitoring the situation closely with federal and military partners. The launch did not pose any immediate danger, and officials will continue to provide updates if needed. And JQ San Miguel Elementary will open this Friday after passing its public health inspection. The school will resume its regular schedule, ending its temporary arrangement at CL Taitano Elementary. Price Elementary also completed its inspection this week, with its report still pending. 4 public schools remain closed with a goal to reopen all by month end. And those are your local headlines on The Point. Now back to Ray.
Well, that'd be fantastic. Get them open by the time it's time for the fall, for the spring break and all of the Christmas break and all of that. 20 away, as I said, from the top of the hour. Other items in the table of contents that I might be going through is an opportunity to talk to somebody in the banking business about the fact here that the Fed has slashed interest rates by 0.5 percentage point. First big cut in 4 years. And the question that I have, is that going to make money a little bit cheaper? Anybody going out and buying a car, trying to get themselves into a mortgage or something like that?
Thank you, Kamala.
So we will. No, I.
I'm sorry.
No, I don't. I don't
I'm
think
wrong
so.
about that. I don't know anything
They're
about.
going to make a big deal about it. They're going to make a big deal about. Oh yeah, look at where we are. Just remember that when on Inauguration Day, inflation was at 1.4%. They're going to say, we got it. They're going to go, hey, we got it down from 9.
We did it, Joe. Wake up, Joe.
We got it down from 9 to 3. Well, remember, you inherited 1.4, guys. So try not to gaslight us too much, because we've read the reports. 20 away from 7 o'clock in the morning. Ray Gibson Show continues right after these. Yeah.
Splash into fun with Star 101 and the Dugout Summer in September Wet n Wild Bikini Fest.
Presented by Stelstar Productions. Join us at the Beach Bar this Saturday.
Enjoy an interactive booth from our sponsor, Guam Muay Thai, Sidus Maasi to GMT, Proline, Daily Mart, AutoWorks, House of Threads, and Vizzy Hard Seltzer. 2 bold flavors in every sip. With special thanks to Opaque, Long Live, Pat's Tinting and Detailing, Jamaican Grill, Anywhere Clothing, Crutch King, Good Buds, and Island Clothing.
Dive into our beach games and photo booths with entertainment by DJ Bash, Micronation, Malik Mona, and DJ Subpart to end our night.
That's this Saturday. Doors open at 4 p.m.
There's more. A different spin on Wet Tea Contest. It's a wet tea bikini fashion show featuring a dozen lovely locals strutting down our LED runway by the beach side with real judges.
Purchase your tickets to Summer in September here at Star 101 or the Dugout in Barrigada. $25 and it includes food.
And a free drink. A portion of our ticket sales will be donated to Toto Guam Foundation.
Party with us this Saturday.
Vizzy reminds you to please enjoy responsibly.
This time check is brought to you by Ginger Cruise for Congress. Now more than ever, Guam needs strength, experience, and intelligence in Congress. It's time for a leader. Vote Ginger Cruise.
Paid for by Ginger Cruise for Congress.
Is it me now?
It's you now, sir.
All right, it's National Hamburger Day in the States. Yesterday was National Hamburger Day here on Guam. National Hamburger Day in the States. And so if you missed out on it, then I want you to go later on to Hafaloha and check out the incredible lineup of burgers that they've got, including the Hafaloha burger, the Big Cheese Burger, Shroom Burger, the Poppin' Jalapeno Burger. They've got an Ahi Burger, Blue Cheese Bacon Burger. Oh, my God. 2 of my favorite flavor combinations. A Tautamona and a Terry Chicken Burger. You're going to love the price. You're going to love the service. You're going to love everything. And don't forget, they got a great frozen dessert, a bunch of great frozen dessert concoctions over at Hafaloha. Remember them for Pika's Best here today, and remember them for your burger lunch. Map time. Let me see what's on the map. We got some crazy, weird traffic going up around Potts Junction right now. Very rarely ever see anything like that in the morning, but I'm seeing it today. Not sure why. A little bit of traffic up around the Ukadu side, front gate to Anderson Air Force Base. Running clear right now. Don't see a whole lot happening between there and the gates of Dededo up around Waiseng Song, and move south from there to the intersection of 1 and 3, and that's running fairly smooth. Nothing major over at the Micronesia Mall intersection. If you follow Route 16 from there all the way to the Tri-intersection, that's looking pretty good as well. You are going to run into some intersection traffic on Marine Corps Drive from the Micronesia Mall south. The majority of that's probably going to be up around JFK and the Kmart areas. At least that's what it looks like right now. Southbound Marine Corps Drive all the way into the downtown Agutnia area. Nothing major. Little bit of a struggle on Route 4. Looks like Route 4 from the Paseo towards Agutnia Heights in the Agutnia Shopping Center. Looks like that lane is affected. And once again, we're seeing that slowdown over in front of Antelope, over in front of the governor's office. A listener yesterday said the problem is the light over there. It's just not. It's not very effective. Somebody's got to go out there and reset it. You know what? Send John Ananich. Send John Ananich out there. He's posted this morning, and that's enough of the music. John Ananich posted on Facebook this morning something that we have been complaining about for a long time. Now, I normally. When I come to work, I get out of Tortu and I go up to Mighty over by the Payless, and then I make that turn where the car store is onto Teedson and make my way to Teedson. Yeah, and the Magagaga Highway. So I make that's generally how I go. But lately I've been noticing that there's a lot of traffic on the Magagaga Highway made up of people that think that the speed limit there is 10 miles an hour. Now it might be. I'm not saying I'm perfect. It might actually be 10 or 15 miles an hour. But these guys are actually following it, and there's no way that you can pass in certain areas. So you get behind them. That's it. You're stuck until you get to the stupid airport intersection, right? So I've been taking Marine.
Impound their car race?
Yeah. So if I see a car on Magagaga already from Route 8, I'm looking down that way and going, okay, that guy looks like he's going to be running slow.
You're planning already.
Exactly. So I go on Marine Corps Drive, and John Ananich is noticing now something. Because he's waking up and going to the gym, yada, yada, yada.
Hey.
But he's noticing something that you and I have been complaining about for a while, and that is all of the intersections. He says they're stuck in the 80s. He says all of the intersections, the lights are there controlling the no traffic. The lights are going on, and there's a red
man.
light and a green light, and you're going, why am I stopping for a red light? There's nobody else here. And you know, the one that is most tragic is the one over by the Shell in East Agania. So you're on Marine Corps Drive.
Citibank.
Yes, Citibank intersection, and all of a sudden the lights will go red.
I surrendered already, Ray.
Like there's supposed to be somebody coming out of the. You know,
I already gave
they
up.
went to get their empanadas over at the foodies, and there's nobody there.
Nobody.
And you get all these cars. We're all looking at
The
each other.
ghost of Christmas past.
Just go. Just go. Floor it. If one of those cars
Nobody's watching.
is not a police
Nobody
officer,
sees you.
it's okay. It's
Yeah.
all right. I've been advocating for more common sense control over these lights now for a long, long time.
I hate that light.
And they're not going to do it because
really
it's
do.
me complaining.
Yeah.
They're not going to do it. So if anybody else, if the governor was running around, why are we stopped? That's what I want to hear. I want to hear Governor Lulian Guerrero because she goes out, she gets her exercise in. I want her, Gov, go by there at any time, and when you're stopped in the car, and it's wasting time and fuel, and you look and there's nobody coming, and you're still on a red light. I want you to call Vince Areola at DPW and tell him you want the remote, you want the clicker, and then you fix it. Anyway, 6:46 in the morning, the Ray Gibson Show. I guess that was traffic. I'll be right back.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Whether you're looking to get a personal loan for that family vacation or paying off those long overdue bills, Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $4,000 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña 475-4545 or Dedido 633-4473. Family Finance.
Senator Will Parkinson knows that your home is your castle. That's why he fought to expand the castle doctrine, empowering you to protect your family, your property, and your rights. With Senator Parkinson in the legislature, your right to defend what's yours is stronger than ever. Senator Parkinson stands for your Second Amendment rights and your right to protect your home. Strong, decisive, and committed to your safety. Let's re-elect Senator Will Parkinson.
I'm Will Parkinson, and I approve this message.
That's not a fun one. We need the Will Parkinson in the boonies.
Yeah, the jolly.
Gotta bring that back. I'm just saying. I will approve that ad. 6:47 in the morning. Portions of the program brought to you by Wendy's. 2 for $4 breakfast deal for your morning cravings. The sausage biscuit or sausage and cheese English muffin. You can't get both of them with this deal. They want you to get the sausage biscuit or and small seasoned potatoes, or sausage biscuit and small seasoned potatoes, or a medium hot coffee. Pick any two for just $4. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's. 2 for $4 breakfast meal.
The Coconut Wireless is back. The Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Studio time 6:48. Ray Gibson Show until it's not going to be anymore. And you know you set his name into the universe, and now Simon Sanchez in the Consolidated Commission on Utilities joins me this morning. Hey, Si, how you doing?
I have a cold in my nose.
Oh,
but but I just got back. It's back. I think it was in the Philippines just as you were leaving. But you know, the world is a wonderful, crazy place, but there's no place like home. And I was missing my Gibson Gaslight morning start off. You know, it's just the Coconut Wireless. There's just no better place to put your ears or your eyes. At 6 in the morning. Is that a good plug?
No, it's a good plug. I might record it and use it for commercials if I ever get motivated to do something like that. I might actually do that. Did you do one like that for Patty too?
No, she hasn't asked me. You know, she's taken a different tact. I've noticed with her show, a little more like a morning show, a little less newsy, a little more you're hard hitting, gaslighting. You know, and
gaslighting. I'm not sure if I'm being complimented here all of a sudden. All right, well, let me just jump into something that feels
you're
like
gaslighting streetlights today. I thought
Vince is your classmate, right?
Yes.
Has he always been hard-headed like this? Can you reach out to him and just say, listen, we got problems with these lights. They don't make any sense. Is it possible that we can do something like put them in blink mode until there's more traffic, until about 6 o'clock in the morning when it makes sense as opposed to them going into this cycle that just stops traffic and wastes people's time and fuel at the lights?
He's an areola. Have you ever tried to tell an areola what to do?
I got to be careful because Jackie's coming in. Jackie's coming in next week. They're doing this thing for Academy, so I will be extremely careful with the words that come out of my mouth after this. A couple of things is there's a big get together with the PUC next week, and I guess they're going to be doing the final dressing on the rate approval for GWA.
Great. As usual, you tie everything together. So you talked about the consent decree that was just signed.
Yeah.
You and I have talked about this. So we completed the first consent decree, or we're on the 99.99% line, right? But as soon as you finish the first list, they give you the second list. And so we've got, and we still have more to do, like fixing the water leaks and reducing our unaccounted for water, which is mostly from water leaks, not from billing, but from just getting that water to stop leaking. All right. And the first court consent decree, we spent $1 billion to fix wastewater, right? And we got a third of that in grants, but we borrowed the other 2/3, $600 million plus or minus. And that's why rates went up over the last 22 years, so that we're not sending raw Hanamtaki into the ocean, right? So now we have a new list. Judge Tydenko Gatewood has signed off on that. Notice we've always concluded all of this stuff without ever having to go into receivership. When we make the difficult decisions, we get good management, we raise rates, but we do what we got to do. So now we got the new list, and now we need to borrow another $600 million-ish or so. We've been approved for $500, $580 by the legislature to start borrowing. But, when you go and have to borrow money, you have to pay that money back, and that takes rates. And we are now launching another series of 5-year rate increases, and we do them in every 5-year increments, subject to PUC approval, to implement the second consent decree that she just signed off. And Judge Tydenko Gatewood, if you don't do what she tells you to do, he gets upset.
Bro, you remember $1 Million Mondays?
I remember $1 Million Mondays. I remember the prison or the trash going into receivership. I mean, she's a great judge, and you don't mess with her. So we don't mess with her. She's a Chamorro woman. You do not mess with Chamorro women, and you just do that. And so that's all how we're tying all of this together. The consent decree has been approved. We now need to implement that consent decree. And it's all to make the system better, but you can't make things better for free. And that's the challenge.
All right, a couple of other utility conversations, and we'll get Senator Will Parkinson on the line so he can vet out his latest proposal, which would allow for another 3 months' worth of $100 credits at GPA. That's a pass-through for JB and for the commission, but I know that it makes a whole lot of people happy, so I will put in my support for that. I would also, might as well just stop wasting time on this. Just make the amendment over at the legislature that we include these $100 breaks for the ratepayers until the Ukadu plant goes online.
Hey, great idea.
It's not mine. It's not mine.
Run for the legislature.
Now, somebody online had mentioned, that might have been Jose or somebody that had mentioned that, well, why don't we just keep this going until the new systems go online after everything is tested and for sure cut over to the Ukadu, and then utilizing the newer lower rates that are proposed for Ukadu electricity, then maybe it'll feel a little bit more balanced for ratepayers.
Yeah, works for me. And then hopefully, we started yelling at the Navy about that 130% rate increase in 3 months, and they're looking at it, and we will continue to urge them to reconsider that. I mean, we've raised rates over 22 years, 130% in 3 months. Come on, and it's water,
right?
And if they're running a little water treatment plant, right? I mean, and our rates, we do not only do create the water, we distribute the water. We do a whole lot more, and our rates are graduated over a longer period of time. So hopefully they'll be listening to our mutual gaslighting on that issue.
Sure.
But I think in the meantime, God bless my Chamber of Commerce and roll back the GRT and all of that. But I just find these direct appropriations to ratepayers, who are 90% the same as taxpayers, is a much better way to put the money into people's pockets that they can use than lowering GRT when you've got inflation and you've got just general price increases. That 1% GRT, it's a lot less tangible to a consumer, I think, than giving them $100 on a power bill, and especially people with lower incomes. It really helps them a lot more. And so I applaud that. I hope the legislature will pass it. We've got record revenues for last few years because of the buildup, and even despite no tourists. And so let's use that money, and when there's extra money, give it back to the taxpayers as best we can. So
655. So it looks like Will's going to have your support on that measure as well. Like I said, just stop wasting time, stop having to do this every 3 months, and just go until we open Ukadu, and then we'll go ahead and pull that thing back and then enjoy the lower rates that are supposed to be coming in once Ukadu is open. 655. Another conversation, and I didn't get a chance to learn too much more about it, but there's an idea that somebody is starting to literally float around about getting some tidal energy and putting a gizmo out there in the ocean, some kind of a fan, I guess. Was it this rotating thing? It's a helicopter, it's a windmill that they want to stick out in the ocean. Are you a part of that conversation yet?
It's a floating fan fund. So, as long as it's somebody else's money and not the ratepayer money, experiment all you want.
Right.
Maybe someday it'll work. It's if you read I finally got a chance to catch up on it. It may be available by the end of the decade, so don't hold your breath yet, especially underwater. Can't hold it too long. And so, we'll see. Let's see how it goes. If they can deal with the typhoons. I don't know what you do when a typhoon or a bad storm comes down. In the mainland, you can crank them down. I don't know what they're going to do unless they can float them away like we do with the ships and the airplanes when a typhoon shows up. Everybody leaves Guam and then brings them back.
Yeah,
that's above my pay scale, and we'll let the technology experts work on that. And it's there's that old talk in technology. You don't want to be on the bleeding edge. Let somebody else be on the leading edge, right? So let's let them use their money to experiment. If it turns into something, our great grandchildren will benefit. But in the meantime, we're going to do Ukadu. We're going to do renewable solar, and then keep trying to reduce our use of oil because that's what reduces the power bill.
Yeah.
So
Well, companion to another story it was put out by, I guess, the NREL people. I don't know who they are, but apparently
National Renewable Energy Lab. I met with them in Denver in 2008 with Governor Camacho. We created the renewable portfolio, and that's why we are at 25% solar now, and we'll be at 50% in 3 years because it doesn't use oil. I don't get into the global warming argument. I look at that power bill and say, attack oil. Whatever your philosophy is, you wouldn't mind if we reduce your power bill, right? Good.
Well, I don't know. I'm frustrated with the article. It says, how will Guam achieve 100% renewable energy by 2044 or 2045, which is part of Guam law now, is passed Public Law 35-46 back in 2019, says we're going to be 100% renewable by 2045. I forget what percentage we're at for today.
We're going to be at 50% by 2035, by 2030. I mean, that's we already are. We're about to award 300 megawatts of solar in the next few meetings with John B. We're well on our way. The only thing in an isolated grid, talk to boat owners, you never want to have just one engine. So we still have Ukadu, and if we hit 100% in 2045, don't turn on Ukadu. If Typhoon Simon shows up and knocks off 20% of your renewable energy out of the ocean or out of Dun, turn on the generator, right? So it's we're going to blend the two, right? It's a matter of risk management. And an isolated grid, I wouldn't put that old saying, like from Into the Woods, never put all your eggs in one basket. And so we're going to have both. I just don't see until nuclear gets smaller, which, smaller scale.
Burn the trash, Simon. Burn the trash.
Yeah. Anyway, when all of that happens, we can be at 100% and be away from oil, and it'll be better. But in the meantime, you better keep some oil around, keep some carbon around.
Don't be like Hawaii and shut down all your coal plants and say we've got enough wind, we've got enough solar, and then when you find out you don't have enough wind and it's been cloudy days, then you realize, well, does anybody got any coal? Do we have anything we can burn in that thing and get the lights back on? It's actually happened. They did the same thing and moving in the same direction out in Germany. Trump was talking about this in the debate, and they got to a point where they realized they got plenty of renewable. It just was not reliable. And so they started building. They started building fossil fuel plants again. Anyway, so I got to break away. Hope you're feeling better soon. Hugging a kiss to Auntie Lou. I'll see you later.
Go see Into the Woods. I'll try to get tickets, Donna. It's one of the greatest plays ever done. Steve Sondheim is a genius, and it's a great take on fairy tales, and you'll love it.
We've got great fairy tales going on around here. All right, I got to break away. It's time for Fox News. This is The Point.
Knowing
endorsement for anyone from the Teamsters. Lisa Brady, Fox News. But former President Trump just telling reporters he considers it an honor that the union isn't endorsing Vice President Kamala Harris.
The vote of the Teamsters themselves was very high for me, and the leadership, Sean O'Brien and the group, who are great people, they said we can't endorse the Democrats. So I think this is the first time in many decades that they haven't endorsed Democrats.
Internal Teamsters polling showed 58% support for Trump, 31% for Harris. The union saying neither candidate made serious commitments on Teamsters' core issues. The former president visiting a New York City bar that only takes payment in Bitcoin on his way to a Long Island rally, also defending his call for mass deportations and to crack down on illegal immigrants. Vice President Harris telling the Congressional Hispanic Caucus today immigration reform should include a pathway to citizenship. For the first time in more than 4 years, a rate cut by the Fed, and it's a half-point reduction.
This recalibration of our policy stance will help maintain the strength of the economy and the labor market, and will continue to enable further progress on inflation as we begin the process of moving toward a more neutral stance.
Fed Chair Jerome Powell says they'll continue to weigh risks and make decisions meeting by meeting, but more cutting is expected this year. Stocks rallied at first and then sank, the Dow dropping about 100 points. After a second day of deadly device explosions in Lebanon, the White House facing questions about possibly evacuating Americans.
We have on the shelf, we have evacuation plans available for places all over the world, but I wouldn't lead that to believe that we're in a moment now where we think we need to imminently call for that or act on that right now.
National Security Communications Advisor John Kirby also declining to confirm reports Israel is behind the explosions. America is listening to Fox News.
I'm Ginger Cruz, and I'm running for Congress with a plan. You can read it at gingercruz.com. Jim Moylan has no plan, just outdated websites. No solutions, you need to call his office. But here's what he did do. He lost $300 million in compact impact money. He let his good friend in Congress kill compensation for Guam's radiation survivors. And he took credit for money that DOD is getting for Guam. Guam faces real threats and a crushing cost of living. And Washington is where we can solve these problems if you understand how. Congress is tough. You have to engage with members, know what you're talking about, be convincing, and move Guam's issues. From my start in the Guam legislature in 1983 to the Ada and Gutierrez administrations to the highest levels of the federal government, this has been my life's work. I even taught it at UOG. A lifetime of experience means that I'm ready to work for you on day one. I'm Ginger Cruz for Congress. I approved and paid for this ad, and I need your vote.
The owner and operator of the container ship that hit and collapsed to Baltimore Bridge are being sued by the Justice Department.
Our goal is to ensure that those responsible are required to answer for their negligence, which we allege caused this disaster.
U.S. Attorney Eric Barron says the federal civil suit seeks damages for reckless conduct and to recover $100 million in costs from reopening the port of Baltimore. Some family members of 6 bridge workers who died are also suing the shipping companies, claiming they should have taken action after the ship lost power before leaving port. A pro-Palestinian group is taking the University of Maryland to court, accusing the school of violating First Amendment rights by not allowing any student group to reserve university-owned spaces on October 7th to mark 1 year since the Hamas attacks on Israel. The university's chapter of Students for Justice in Palestine was planning a vigil, so was a coalition of Jewish groups, but the school's president announced a ban on all student-led events that day. The pro-Palestinian group asking a court to intervene. The U.S. House is set to vote on a 6-month spending bill. It would avoid a government shutdown next month, but also require proof of citizenship to vote in federal elections. The nominations are out for the National Toy Hall of Fame.
It's hard to believe, but balloons are not yet in the Toy Hall of Fame.
Floating in the summer sky, 99 red balloons go by.
Now, they are one of the 12 finalists for the National Toy Hall of Fame in Rochester, New York. My Little Pony, remote-controlled cars, and Transformers. Some of the top toys from the 80s and 90s are making the cut. Card games like Phase 10, Sequence, Apples to Apples, and Pokemon trading cards are dealing their way into the nomination as well. As toy trucks, hobby horses, and trampolines round out the list of nominees.
Fox's Eamon Digman and Lisa Brady. This is Fox News.
Stay cool all year round by checking out Johnstone Supply for your HVAC and refrigeration needs. Located at 170 Guerrero Drive on Picanell Road in Tamuning, call Johnstone Supply today at 671-649-0581. That's 671-649-0581. Open 8 a.m. to noon and 1 to 5 p.m. Monday to Friday. Open Saturdays from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. and closed on Sundays. Stay cool with Johnstone Supply.
It's sizzling out there, folks, and GTA's hot summer deals are turning up the heat. Switch to GTA and get up to $375 off a brand new iPhone 15 when you sign up for any unlimited wireless plan. That's $16.55 a month on our installment plan. But wait, there's more. We're waiving the activation fee and giving you a port-in credit. That's right, extra savings just for joining the GTA family. Limited time offer, terms and conditions apply. Visit GTA.net for more information. GTA, we start the summer with you.
Proline Automotive. Are you looking for some eye-catching wheels? Need new tires? Maybe you'd like to spruce up the interior with accessories. Find what fits your ride at Proline. Call 646-5528. Follow them on Facebook at Proline Guam for all the juicy updates.
It's time to celebrate 30 years of cleaning our coasts and sandy fun. Join us for the Guam International Coastal Cleanup on Saturday, September 21st, starting at 6 a.m. After the cleanup, head on over to Ipao Beach from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. for the first ever Guam Sandfest 2024. Witness incredible sand sculpting demos, sand sculpting competitions, a variety of food vendors, live music, and fun activities for kids and the entire family. It'll be a sensational day. Register now at sandfestguam.com.
Your 7 o'clock local news is brought to you by AB Risk Solutions.
I didn't know if that was my turn yet, but apparently it is now. I hear the music. Donna's taking off to go and take care of the kids. Into the Woods matinees going on all day long today. In the news, a judge has ordered separate trials for 3 defendants linked to a June burglary, high-speed chase, and that shooting in Manilao. Ethan Aguero, Vincent Aguero, and Kavaile Mendiola are accused of robbing Hyrule Market, followed by a police chase where shots were fired. You've got the viral video on your phone. Superior Court Judge Vern Perez granted the motion after statements from Ethan and Mendiola implicated Vicente, raising concerns that there might be some prejudice. Ethan admitted to firing at police, while Vicente said he told Ethan not to shoot. Mendiola confessed to planning the robbery with them. Each now faces separate trials unless plea deals are reached with the AG's office. The 3 face charges including burglary, terrorizing, and complicity. You heard Simon Sanchez talking about this just a few minutes ago. Senator Will Parkinson has introduced Bill 357 to extend the $100 monthly credit for GPA customers for 3 more months, from October to December. This credit, first introduced in July 2022, has been extended through various legislation. Parkinson argues that despite a global drop in oil prices, local energy costs remain high due to the LEAC. The bill proposes using $15.8 million from excess 2024 revenues to fund this extension. Parkinson emphasizes that continuing this credit is crucial for residents facing high bills. Bill also includes a provision to return any unused funds back to Guam's Rainy Day Fund. We'll take a break. When we come back, find out who's obese. About 35% of us. That's next.
Whoever said no risk, no reward has never been sued. Hi, I'm Dave Silva from AB Risk Solutions, and our job for over 70 years has been to help businesses just like yours manage risk. Manage risk? We will never be able to totally eliminate the myriad of risks every business faces, but we can help you manage them and recover when disaster strikes. From mom-and-pop operations to high-rise hotels, we're the experts businesses have counted on for many years. Call me today at 777-2668 for a free risk review and consultation.
AB Risk Solutions, formerly known as Aon.
During a legislative oversight hearing, DOC Director Fred Berdalio discussed potential staff misconduct at the prison. Public Safety Chair Senator Chris Barnett raised concerns about a report from the DOC's intelligence unit possibly sent to the AG's office regarding corrections officers. Berdalio said he's investigating the matter and trying to verify the report. Other issues discussed included drug testing, contraband, settlements, including a controversial $200,000 settlement with former DOC Lieutenant Jeffrey Limo. Limo, involved in a 2017 drug smuggling conspiracy, pled guilty to misconduct but later appealed his termination. Barnett expressed frustration over that settlement, saying it appeared to reward Limo despite his serious offenses. And are you looking around? Can you pinch an inch? Guam's adult obesity rate has surpassed 35% for the first time, according to CDC's latest adult obesity prevalence maps. The Guahan Global Foundation noted this milestone in a press release, stating that Guam is now among 25 U.S. states or territories with this high rate. CDC report shows that over 1 in 3 adults in Guam are considered obese. Based on self-reported data, the foundation emphasized the health risks of obesity, including heart disease, diabetes, and stroke, urging the community to support individuals in managing their weight. The foundation also called for updated research on Chamorro obesity rates, which may have increased since the last study back in 2008. If you're getting your morning exercise in this morning, if you're getting through the exercise ritual so that you're not in that 35%, well, good for you. At 10 after 7 o'clock in the morning, there's the news. And in the weather, what do we got for weather today, Real Joe? It says here, scattered showers and thunderstorms, partly sunny skies, and daytime highs of about 87 degrees. Expect east-southeast winds up to 9 miles an hour tonight. Mostly cloudy skies and overnight lows of about 77 degrees. 30% chance of rain today, and they say that some of that might be in the form of thunderstorms. We've got isolated showers and partly sunny skies tomorrow, which is Friday night, isolated showers and partly cloudy skies tomorrow evening. Saturday, mostly sunny with highs near 87 degrees and partly cloudy. Saturday night, overnight lows should be about 78 degrees there. It'll feel like 96 degrees today. That's what the heat index does. Rip currents, hazardous surf warnings in effect, and sunset waiting on you about 6:19 tonight. There it is. News and weather together here on The Point.
Calling all chicken nugget lovers. It's time to get saucy with Wendy's. Their flavor-packed nuggets are freshly tossed and sauced to create 7 mouth-watering combinations of flavor, featuring crispy or spicy chicken nuggets tossed in one of 4 delicious sauces: honey barbecue, garlic parm, buffalo, and spicy ghost pepper. The Wendy's saucy nugs are available in 4, 6, 10, or 20-piece and served with a side of ranch or blue cheese dipping sauce for the next level nug experience. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's Saucy Nugs.
For all your real estate needs, call the professionals at Hoffaday Realty. Jody, Saran, Libby, and Lolita, and they'll take care of you on every step of the real estate process. No worries. Just contact Hoffaday Realty at 588-4232 or 588-HOFFA, or email them at hoffadayrealty@gmail.com. They're at 426 Challenge San Antonio, Suite 204 in Tamuning. Open Monday through Friday, 10 to 4. Hoffaday Realty for all your real estate needs.
Oh, it's absolutely fantastic. First-time buyer program over at Nissan. Why do they need this? Because there's a lot of people on Guam that want to buy a car but don't necessarily have credit. You know, it's like you can't get credit unless you've got credit. Can't got the credit until you've got some piled up. So Nissan wants to help out with that. How are they going to do that? What the deal is you go and apply for a loan to get the car. They will approve it. You drive away. You don't need a co-signer on this. There's no co-pilot necessary. And all you got to do is make your payments on a regular basis till it's all done. And once you do that, you've got to start at maybe your perfect credit score. Easy financing on this, super low monthly payments, and rides that you are going to want, versatile Versas and sporty Sentras and Altimas and more at great prices in this first-time buyer program. You want details, there's plenty of them. Find that at nissanguam.com.
It's the Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
You know what? The Ray Gibson Show is also brought to you by APL American President Lines, a global presence with a local home. And let me be the first to do. I'm going to do this. I will record this later, and you'll be able to hear it on all of our radio stations. Get ready, Guam, for the 4th annual Imas Metgut competition. The strongest man and woman on island will battle it out to see who's Imas Metgut. Sunday, November 3rd, the Ipao Beach Park, presented by the Guam Army National Guard. The first event starts at noon. Come cheer on these strong athletes taking on 6 incredible, grueling events. Fun event is absolutely free to the public. Mark your calendars. Sunday, November 3rd, around noon, at Governor Joseph Flores Memorial, Ipao Beach Park.
Let's get it on.
It's going down.
Stay hard.
It's going down,
Stay
bro.
hard.
All right. So we'll a little bit later on, maybe we'll talk with Patrick Mohan about that. And of course, other things. We've got the football going on right now.
Yes, sir.
And who did Guam High trounce Tiedzin recently? Is that what I read somewhere?
I don't recall.
It's in Stars and Stripes, and I think I've used up all my free articles already for the month. Anyway, 7:15 in the morning. Senator Will Parkinson on the line before we jump into the extra point and all of the other stuff that we do in this hour. Good morning, Senator. How you doing?
Morning, Guam, and good morning, Ray. How is everyone today?
We all good here. I'm a little bit disappointed. We were running the Will Parkinson Biba Bota Bota ads here for you, but they just don't seem to have the same kind of gravity as the one that you had while you were in the boondocks up to your Parkinson neck in the Sakati.
You know what though? Like, that was lightning in the bottle and some divine inspiration. You can't force those things. You got to let them come to you naturally. Otherwise, you're just trying too hard, right?
Well, maybe something a little bit more organic might come up in the next little bit, and we'll take it from there. I feel bad. I'd mentioned Chris Barnett's new piece of legislation yesterday, 358, but I don't know why. I was distracted by something. Maybe that's what it was. I forgot to look underneath it, and there is bill number 357 that you have introduced over at the legislature that would provide for another extension of these power credits.
That is correct, because, the current power credits we have now are set to expire this month.
Yes.
With September being like the final.
I know. And then you won't hear my air conditioner outside anymore.
Yeah, but, the thing is, for over 2 years, this relief has been a lifeline for too many people on Guam. And also, despite the global prices dropping, the LEAC charges remain really, really high. So, if we ended this program now, it would mean an extra $100 in bills monthly for everyone.
Yes.
And so I introduced this bill because, budgeting is about priorities. And my priority is to provide direct assistance to our people. So I hope we could find a way to continue the support until we can see a significant reduction in the LEAC rates. Excessive revenue should be matched to one-time expenditures, not long-term obligations. Otherwise, you're just growing the government. This is excess funds. Let's use it on a one-time expenditure like the power credits.
Did you say that express a concern about growing government? What kind of Democrat are you?
The best kind.
All right. I'm not going to disagree with it. I like it. If there is excess revenue that will support that over the next 3 months, then yeah. But depending on how clear the Parkinson crystal ball is, do you have enough of a vision to be able to see? Because it's not too far away, really. I think from between now and the grand opening and the cut over to Ukadu, it might be worth in this conversation allowing for the author to be able to add an amendment here, maybe somebody on the floor to add an amendment to keep this $100 a month power credit going until Ukadu cuts in, and that way, with the promise of lower prices and a more efficient generation unit, maybe it's possible the ratepayers won't feel it. So when we take it away, it will be replaced by lower utility rates.
That's correct. And that's kind of like my vision for these power credits and why I say they're a temporary thing, because I recognize we could do other things with these money. But in the short term, until people's power bills are much more under control because of the new power plant, we should do everything we can to support the consumer and make sure that this cost of living nightmare we're living through is a little bit more bearable.
Well, I'm gonna let me put those Parkinson feet in the fire here. I urge you to include an amendment to the legislation that would provide for this $100 a month credit until such time as the Ukadu plant goes on and cuts over.
Hey, you know what? I'm always willing to take a stab at things. So absolutely, we'll make the attempt. We're like Evel Knievel. We get credit for trying to jump the cliff.
Bro, it's an election year, and this is one of those things that it helps everybody, not just GovGuam employees. It helps everybody in the public sector and the private sector. It helps out with businesses.
Yeah, this is $100 directly infused into the community from every ratepayer all over the island.
Yeah.
That money doesn't get banked away. That gets spent at local businesses, at your local grocery store.
More like a conservative every day. Every day you're sounding more and more conservative. Yeah, more, but yeah, I'll start sending you more talking points. But it is an election year, and I'd love to see a list of people over at the legislature that would vote down such a thing, considering where we are. Joe, turn on Jerry's microphone here. He wanted to chime in. You think it's a good idea, Jerry?
Will the thrill?
Will the thrill? Like that. That's our power guy out there. All right. Well, listen, I appreciate your time and appreciate your work on this. And curious, is there anything else that we can look forward to from Will Parkinson in this round?
Oh, well, other things I'm looking at some public safety measures. One is a mirroring of Bentley's Law, where if a drunk driver kills a parent, that drunk driver is on the hook for child support until that child comes of age. And also an expansion to our drug penalties, where if somebody overdoses on drugs, the drug dealer can be held liable for manslaughter.
Yes. Yeah, no, we've talked about that before. I don't disagree. I think there needs to be much harsher penalties that apply here.
Yeah, so when we have this $100 power credit and people are spending their money in community, walk softly, drug dealers, because we're going to hold you liable. We're going to hold you liable if you try to poison our community any more than you already do.
It's been far too long. I think we've lost a generation, maybe two, of young people and their promises to crystal methamphetamine, and now we've got the threat of fentanyl here on Guam, and I think we're seeing some clear cases of how people are reacting to those. I think things are getting a lot more dangerous than they used to be. 7:21 in the morning. Always a pleasure talking to you, Will. We'll talk again.
Talk to you soon, Ray.
All right.
Good morning, everyone. Have a nice day.
All right, Senator Will Parkinson, 7:21 in the morning, and like I said, some interesting legislation that would continue that $100 a month credit. I don't know about you, but I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying it. Some people say, well, they say it's great. You know, Ray's got that extra $100. He can float around in the community and run it over to Mosa's, run over to Carabao, all the different restaurants, Pirates Cove. And no, that's not actually what I'm doing with my $100 credit.
What are you doing with your $100?
I'm running the air conditioner all the time. I am running.
So you're giving it back to GPA?
Exactly.
Why can't we just have the credit?
Forever. Well, it's we'll see. And the other side of this is it will also, I think, put a little pressure on GPAs. We're talking about $100 a month credit until the Ukadu plant comes online, and we would hope that when the Ukadu plant comes online, we're running the electricity through a new, improved, hyper efficient system, brand new, that naturally the consumption of oil would go down, so that our power bill would go down by $100.
I like the idea.
Using that new efficient system, right?
Have you passed this whole thing through John B. to see if it holds water?
I just made it up now. So I just made the thing up now.
Was this another one of these empty promises?
No, empty promises today. The empty promise today is that no taxes ever on groceries, medicine, baby supplies, back to school stuff, and beer. No taxes. No taxes on any of that stuff.
If you add tofu to it, I'm right there with you.
Jerry Roberts with the extra point here in just a second. Looking to see if there's anything that is noteworthy here. Now that the Fed has finally taken some action and made and slashed, if you will, the interest rate. Would they go down?
Half a point.
Oh my God. Oh, my God. The market did not react the way I thought it would. The Dow is running backwards. I'm looking to see if I can get this thing refreshed on the screen. It's giving me a hard time on it. But the markets did not react as positively as I thought they were going to react to all of that. But hopefully down the road, it might mean some access to cheaper dough for people that are getting car loans and mortgages and trying to get some money in there to get a business started. On the screen, let me see what I've got for you in terms of the numbers. S&P 500 off by 16 points. NASDAQ dripped down 54 points, and the Dow off by 103 points. FTSE's not much better. They're off by 56. Japan is coming back around. The Nikkei picked up 176 points. NASDAQ Hang Seng Index up by 237, and Shanghai is up by 13. Not a whole lot, but green is green. The VIX is up by half a point, and the DAX fell down by 14, almost 15 points here. Big winners on the markets here today. Who would I say was looking good here? Nobody in the American markets. I'll skip that. On the commodities, oil Oil at $70.16 for a barrel of that. It was $70.45, so it's been moving around a whole lot. $71.43 yesterday, so somewhat volatile when it comes to West Texas crude. If you're going to be going to Japan in the next couple of days, 142.16 yen against the dollar, 55.67. If you're going to the Philippines, that's the new peso rate, and South Korean won fairly steady at 1,321. When I got to work this morning, the Bitcoin was trading at $60,500. The new number, Real Joe?
60,228.
Wait. Did you not tell me in the last hour that it went up to 61,000?
It was.
What the heck?
I don't know.
Who's running there?
Explain
Kamala
yourself,
Harris
Jerry.
with the numbers here?
Why are you looking at me?
Jerry, any way the wind
Jerry's
blows.
got all the money.
You have one job. Your job is to make Bitcoin go up.
Yeah.
Well, then, I'll be looking for another job then.
Because it ain't. We don't know what's going to be happening.
Quietly quitting for years.
Or why? For my buddies that buy on the dip, I'm just kind of curious if the dip is done. Are we headed in another direction right now? And is when you bought at 56, 57, you're going to start feeling pretty good about yourself at that dollar cost averaging. Yeah, because now all of a sudden the value's up. Jerry Roberts is in the studio. It must be time for
It must be time.
Extra point and part two from yesterday's. What's up, Jerry? Brought to you by First Hawaiian Bank. Jerry?
Thank you. Our behavior on the job can influence team dynamics and overall productivity. I think we all can agree with that. What we say and what we do matters day in and day out. This goes for managers and everybody else. When we lose sight of this, it almost always leads to problems. Today, in part two, as Ray mentioned, of our look at this topic, the topic that impacts all of us. We're going to get to it next and hopefully clear up some of the misconceptions and all that. That's next on The Extra Point.
New benefits are taking flight. Instead of 2 times miles, the United credit card from First Hawaiian Bank is now introducing 3 times miles on every dollar spent on United tickets purchased through United ticketing channels. Apply by August 31st, 2024, and if approved, you can earn 35,000 miles when you spend $1,500 within the first 3 months. Get on board with the First Hawaiian Bank United credit card. It all starts with yes. Terms and conditions apply. To learn more, visit a First Hawaiian branch or go to fhb.com/United.
At APL, their expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing their efforts in giving back to the community. APL's dedicated team in Guam and the U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit apl.com.
Yesterday, we determined that lack of self-awareness and fear of vulnerability are 2 key factors in generating behavior that is counterproductive in the workplace. The ability to see ourselves as others see us and to know how our words and actions not only are judged, but also lead to predictable outcomes is a key to success. Let's look at 3 other factors today. Number 3, stress and pressure. Bosses often face significant pressure such as meeting targets, managing budgets, and dealing with upper management. The stress can manifest in their communication style. Whether under pressure or when under pressure, some leaders may become short-tempered or dismissive, which can alienate employees. Instead of support and collaboration, they may create a toxic atmosphere where workers feel undervalued and undermotivated, or rather demotivated. Maybe you've worked in a place like that. I have a couple of times myself. Now, those were the only stops in my career when I actually had to cut a deal with myself to get up and go to work every day. Hasn't happened often, but in these particular cases, it did. I believe that dark clouds usually contain silver linings, and it was these experiences that first got me interested in workplace dynamics and how that plays out. And those were the initial seeds that came up and became Guam training, and here, The Extra Point. And we're now 28 years into it. Number 4, poor communication skills. Effective communication is essential for any leader. However, some bosses struggle to convey their thoughts clearly and in a constructive manner. Misunderstandings and frustration is common among employees of these types of managers. When a boss's message is unclear or delivered harshly, it can create a sense of distrust, making employees question their leader's competence and, more important, their intentions toward the worker. The worst part of this is the trust issue. When you lose that, employees often start making up movies in their mind about how the leader is treating them and what devious plans are being hatched to make them miserable or to get rid of them. Now, you think that's not real? Each of us has a full-blown Hollywood studio inside of our head. Anytime things go wrong, our inner director is screaming, "Lights, camera, action!" And we're in full production mode. And you know that that's true. Be honest. Have you ever been part of a workplace drama where you felt that your boss was going out of his or her way to mess with you? And didn't your mind begin to conjure up scenes of where that could lead? You were making a movie, weren't you? Yeah, well, I've done it too. Number 5 is inconsistent behavior. Inconsistency and behavior and decision-making can also sour opinions. When bosses exhibit favoritism or change expectations without explanation, employees may feel treated unfairly. More distrust comes from this, and even resentment. Worse, chatter starts about how you're not a fair manager, and that can spread. Now, we focused mostly on managers the past 2 days, but these problems exist at all levels of an enterprise. The things we say and do can positively or negatively impact relationships. By starting with self-awareness, improving our communication skills, embracing vulnerability, and being consistent, leaders can strengthen their connections with team members. And when that happens, everybody wins. That's the Extra Point. Be responsible and make something good happen today for 93.3 FM, The Ray Gibson Show, and First Hawaiian Bank. I'm Jerry Roberts.
All right, thanks, Jerry. You know, we laughing yesterday about, and I'm still laughing about it, the exploding beepers with at the hips of the Hezbollah. It has expanded now to other devices, walkie-talkies, and other cell phones and things like that. And the folks in Israel say, yeah, that's us. We still have many capabilities at every stage we operate. We are already 2 stages ahead. At every stage, the price in Hezbollah should be high. We will make it so that terrorists will be afraid of going to the toilet and even eating food. On top of that, according to open source intel, the Israeli cabinet has granted Prime Minister Netanyahu and Defense Minister Gallant the green light to take military action against the Hezbollah, even if it escalates into a full-scale war.
Ooh, exploding toilets.
I think I might have already seen a picture of an exploding toilet, but I'm not sure if it was that or some kind of meme.
Wow.
I'm not going to say which restaurant, but if you know, you know. But it looks like things could be escalating out there. Yeah. Going to be kind of interesting in the next couple of days. October surprise, maybe.
I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Yep. Yeah, well, keep an eye on the headlines and no sleepwalking into World War III. I want you to be wide awake for it. That's Jerry Roberts in the Extra Point here on The Point. Again, brought to you by First Hawaiian Bank. This the newscast that I'm about to do here is being brought to you by the guys over at Burger King. Best burger, best fast food, best carry-out, drive-through, and best American food. Find those categories in Pika's Best and put your vote for Burger King. Thank you for 35 years out there. Also being brought to you by Lolita and Libby and Saran and Jody at Hoffaday Realty. You know, they were Pika's Best last year. Give them a vote. Make them Pika's Best for this year. In fact, if you go by category, and I know that you've already voted in the radio category. I know that you've already voted for me for Pika's Best radio personality. I know that you've already voted for The Point for Pika's Best radio station. The next category down is real estate. So keep an eye out for Hoffaday Realty and my Auntie Lily. There it is, 7:33. We've got to jump into some headlines now. Is it time? Yes. Sentencing for the Zhao family has been postponed today due to a dispute over the loss amount in their fraud case. Initially, $17,000 was reported. And probation officers raised it to over $242,000. Defense attorneys contested this increase. Lupang Beach Club President Steve Kasperbauer testified about his investigation into that fraud. And up in the CNMI, Star Marianas is urging the FAA to investigate the Commonwealth Ports Authority for imposing unfair fees. The airline disputes $1.2 million in arrears and says CPA rules are coercive, forcing airlines to accept terms or lose airport access. Chairman Robert Christian argues the CPA's practice violate federal regulations and represent an abuse of power. And there's a great new exhibit over at UOG. They and DFS have launched the Guam in Bloom exhibit. Oh, this is at T Galleria. The exhibit features native plants showcased through sustainable fashion and art by local artists. DFS Senior Manager James Santos said the exhibit blends fashion and art. It's Guam in Bloom at the T Galleria. Fun starts October now and runs through October the 1st. At 7:34, there's your headlines on The Point.
Craving delicious dishes with local flavors? Look no further than Mescla Bistro. From our juicy burgers to flavorful seafood and local fusion, every dish is made with love and the freshest ingredients. Join us for an unforgettable lunch, dinner, or decadent Sunday brunch. Visit us online at mesclaguam.com or call 671-479-2652 or 671-489-2653 to make a reservation. Vote for Mescla Bistro in Pica's Best 2024. Mescla Chamorro Fusion Bistro, a true taste of Guam.
Choice Broadcasting and Micronesia Mall present the 2024 Home and Lifestyle Expo. Spend your Sunday strolling our neighborhood of booths on October 6th. Join us in the center court from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. to find guidance on buying a home, furnishing, financing, and so much more. Make your way around to each sponsor booth, Guam Energy Office, Sherwin-Williams, Hoffaday Realty, Coast 360, and many more. Sunday, October 6th, we'll see you at the Micronesia Mall Center Court for the Choice Home and Lifestyle Expo 2024, 10 a.m. to 5 p.m.
What happened? Portions of the broadcast made possible by the guys over at BTB. That's short for Beyond the Box. First floor of the Micronesia Mall. You get your brand new iPhone 16, or are you prepping for it? Or maybe you've got your hands on a cool new iPad and you just need a couple of more accessories. They've got them at great prices. Again, first floor of the Micronesia Mall. You're asking for Beyond the Box. Was I supposed to say nice things about GRMC too?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry about that. Ray Gibson Show also brought to you by Guam Regional Medical City. They are your healthcare partners. That's the traffic noise. Let me see if I can get a map up on the screen of where we might be able to find some traffic here on a Thursday morning. Yeah, that's exactly where I thought I'd find it. It's all on Marine Corps Drive. As you're coming out of Jigo,
There you are.
from the guys standing on the rooftop over at the firehouse can see the traffic from there, and it goes all the way to Waisang Song. And you're not going to be out of the woods yet. If you're on Route 3, we've also got a whole lot of traffic. Looks like in both directions, slowing down on Route 3 before you get to Marine Corps Drive. After that, things are looking fairly light on Marine Corps Drive because, frankly, everybody's still stuck up in Day-to-Do. Expect some traffic at the intersection of the Micronesia Mall, and then 8, 10, and 16. Light traffic on the way into there. Micronesia Mall on Marine Corps Drive, just intersection traffic at the usual spots, St. John's and over by Kmart, et cetera, but it doesn't look like there's anything super heavy right now. Traffic mostly on Route 8 in both directions at 8, 10, and 16. Nothing major coming off of Route 10. 10 and 4 at that intersection, running slower than usual these days. You'll get out of that. You'll get to speed up a little bit until you get near Cost You Less, and then it's going to slow down again. And then you can speed up again, but then it's going to get slow again up around Ordot, and then in Sinahanya, and then even on the way into Marine Corps Drive, a little bit of traffic over by the Bang of Guam area, and a lot of slower traffic in front of the governor's office in Adelup right now. There has something to do with the light out there, and so it looks like definitely southbound traffic being affected at that intersection. Nothing major all the way to Big Navy and Sumai. Enjoy the drive. 7:37 on The Point.
Half a day. Kim Anderson from Security Title here to share some behind-the-scenes functions of a title company. First, we search the chain of title to property, and when a critical link is missing, we work with the owners to correct their ownership. When it comes to a sale, we work closely with realtors and lenders to ensure a smooth closing. Finally, we back up our work with a title insurance policy that guarantees the buyer they actually own the property. Security Title has the management of real estate closings down to a science. Give us a call. We are here to help.
BK's new fiery menu now available for a limited time only. The Fiery Bacon Whopper and Fiery Bacon Royal Crispy Chicken Sandwiches are full of heat with creamy fiery sauce, pepper jack cheese, and seasoned fiery bacon. The Fiery Mozzarella Fries and Fiery Chicken Fries available for 8 and 12 pieces. Cool down your fiery flavors with our refreshing Fiery Strawberry and Sprite. Fire your way to BK Tumon Bay, Augusta, Micronesia Mall, and the airport. Home of the new fiery menu. You rule.
This time check is brought to you by Ginger Cruise for Congress. Now more than ever, Guam needs strength, experience, and intelligence in Congress. It's time for a leader. Vote Ginger Cruise.
Paid for by Ginger Cruise for Congress.
Ray Gibson Show. Portions brought to you by, and a reminder that there's all kinds of people that have been nominated for Pika's Best, including Hafaloa favorite frozen desserts. And what kind do they have? They got a coconut candy. This is awesome. Shave ice, etc. Halo Halo happy hour with Mai Tai Mojito, calamansi, and Li Hing Mui powder. Oh my God. Latiza, Mango Dream, Nenny Rainbow, Pina Coladas, and strawberry shortcakes. All kinds of customer favorites, including a vanilla soft serve. Make it special. Make it yours at Hafaloa.
Rediscover talk radio here. Your FM News Talk Superstation. This is The Point.
Yeah, I got two different containers going here. I've got the water container, and then I've got the coffee container. Among the things, I don't know. You ever get into a situation, you go to the doctor, and the doctor says, hey, anything going on? Yeah, I have a hard time sleeping. Well, how many cups of coffee do you drink? 4. Try 2. Okay, all right. And so I'm trying to control it. And then you get other stories that come out and say, coffee can do a lot more than deliver a jolt of energy. You should drink more. For many people, a few cups of coffee is just par for the course. A few cups of coffee. But while busy folks might rely on that caffeine for a short-term boost, experts say there are also some long-term benefits. Tattoo Shauna, I'm thinking of you.
Here we go. Now we're talking.
Researchers followed hundreds of thousands of caffeinated coffee or tea drinkers over the course of a dozen years. None of the participants had been diagnosed with cardiometabolic disease when the study began. According to the data collected, drinking a few cups of coffee or tea every day is associated with a reduction in 3 serious conditions: type 2 diabetes, coronary heart disease, stroke. Caffeine intake at different doses could have different health effects. Too much of a good thing, it's possible. There seems to be a Goldilocks zone somewhere between 2 and 3 cups a day where the majority of these positive health correlations are found. Drinking much more than that, scientists warn, could have negative consequences. I'm always looking for the Goldilocks zone. Moderate coffee drinkers seem to benefit the most, registering a cardiometabolic disease risk roughly 50% lower than those who consumed only a small amount of coffee. Another upside is that drinking 2 to 3 cups of coffee per day seems to facilitate digestion via specific metabolites in the body.
Does.
Yes, I bet you were up late last night thinking about, where are those metabolites? How many of them am I flushing every day? Moderate caffeine intake may regulate levels of these metabolites. Luke Laffin, the doctor at the Cleveland Clinic Center for Blood Pressure Disorders, warned that we shouldn't draw any conclusions about the headlines surrounding the study, adding, too many cups of coffee can raise blood pressure in someone who's already got hypertension. And if you order a coffee, whipped cream, and sugary syrup, nix that part out. That contributes to your cardiometabolic disease. Now, you're hearing all this grunting and noise coming from Real Joe on the other side. I'm just throwing that out there because it seems to be, every time there's, the doctor, coffee's bad for you, shouldn't drink too much coffee, teenagers stay away from the coffee. And then you get another study that comes out and says, drink as much as you want. I've actually had a doctor.
Double down, yeah.
I've actually had a doctor tell me that.
Drink it all.
Don't drink beer, drink coffee. Coffee's better for you, he'd say.
I love these studies.
I know.
We're all going to die.
At some point. At some point. Yeah, it's going to end up being something like that. Anyway, 888-8255-888-TALK is the telephone number, 743 or so. Items in the table of contents. Did I already say to vote for me at Pika's Best? And if you do, I will find a way to ensure that when next time you go to the grocery store, no business privilege tax on that. I'm not going to tax groceries as Pika's Best radio personality. I'm not going to tax back-to-school goodies. You have to buy them.
Yeah.
Because the government doesn't provide
Tax
them.
those people and
Yeah,
their
so-
children.
And I make it all the way, filler paper and pencils. I'd take it all the way up to iPads and laptops.
There you go.
Because, those are the kinds of things. And it used to be that...
Expensive, yeah.
Those Texas Instrument calculators... That remember, I was old enough when they banned calculators in school, and you get to be about a sophomore, junior in high school. It's mandatory that you have one of
but
those.
you don't know half the buttons.
I've got.
At least I didn't.
Yeah,
I don't know if you
I've got
did.
a Nintendo Switch. I don't know what half the buttons on that thing do either. I just gotta start jamming on them until Lara Croft is flying. Anyway, 7:44. It's the Ray Gibson Show. Who's on the phone?
Patrick Lujan.
Hey, Landamas,
from
my
GSPN.
buddy. Hey, there he
the
is.
strongest man on Guam.
Welcome back. Hey, did I hear that you're all retired now from the Guard?
Yeah, from the reserve, yes.
From the reserve. Congratulations. That's a big deal.
Yeah, 24 years.
So you don't have to work anymore.
Commissary and gas, Ray. Commissary and gas.
No, I hear you. Wait a second. So you still get that? Those benefits are there, right?
Yeah. You still get to go in and,
Now,
prices.
Okay, so I've got, as you know, loose affiliations with these kinds of things. What about the kids' education? Is Uncle Sam going to help you pay for that?
No, that's on our dime. So.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh. All right. Well,
it's not that great.
Go find Jimmy Craig Moreland. See if we can add it to the NDAA. Hey, just one more thing. I need to make sure that Patrick's kids' college education is paid for. It won't be expensive. We'll just throw that in with the THAAD missiles and the Aegis ashore systems that are all coming in. But I don't want to waste a lot of time on that. I had, for the first time just a few minutes ago, read the promo for the strongman competition. I want to make sure that we've got adequate time to advise people to make zero plans for Sunday, November 3rd, right?
Yeah. I mean, we're super excited. We're doing this again. It's going to be our fourth edition. The You Must Make Good competition, Guam's Strongest Man and Woman. We're doing it again at Ipao Beach Sunday. It's a nice family day. Come on out and enjoy the fun. It's such a great event. So much fun.
What a spectacle.
It's great. We have, some of the staple events coming back, and we got some new ones too. So, if you've been coming out the last couple of years, we got some new events that's going to be pretty exciting.
What was the one last year? The new one last year, where people had to grab this, felt like what looked like the thin part of a utility pole and then carry it 100 feet.
Oh yeah. That was let me see. I think that was the Farmer's Walk. So we're changing that out this year. We're going to have something new. Again, it's going to be exciting. We're still developing all the nuances and the details, but for sure we've got a strong, no pun intended, but a strong list of contenders coming back. And new ones too. So we're super excited.
I was and that was one of the questions that I had for you was any names that we're going to recognize moving in here. But I want to go back on some of the events that we're talking about, some of the heats that we're talking about. I mean, they get progressively harder and harder as you move over. I mean, I remember last year we were watching these guys trying to flip tires that weighed as much as an entire car on their own, and that was a feat of strength. And then speaking of cars, we had to tow a car from here to there, and then we had the one where you have to lift a Jimmy or something like that. All these coming back in one way, form, or another.
They are. The staple ones, of course, is the truck pull and the tire flip. You can't go wrong with those. We're going to incorporate some keg lifting and overhead presses and just deadlifts, and these guys really exhaust every single ounce of muscle and strength in their body, and the crowd, they feed off of the. So that's really exciting.
I agree with you. And listeners, if you didn't hear what he was saying, the crowds, the participants feed off the energy of the crowds, and it's wonderful. You got people coming in, obviously, and there's going to be a team Patrick and a team Ray and a team Joe. But when the guys are doing the effort, when they're actually involved in the heat, it doesn't matter which team you're from, which family you're from, who you originally came to support. Everybody is cheering for you. I mean, you are the man, or the woman, as it were, at the event, and and everybody has got, they're all cheering you on. It's such a, I don't know, it's such an anathematic event. You just get that feel like it's a family thing, regardless of, I'm happy my guy won. Yay, my guy won. But I'll be just as excited watching some of the other competitors do those events. It doesn't feel like a competition as much as it feels like a show.
Absolutely. I totally agree with that. It's good vibes all day long, and all these guys, they do more than they think they can, and that's because of the vibes that are being fed through them. So super exciting. Again, like Ray said, just set that Sunday, November 3rd. Clear up your calendar. First event's at 12 o'clock, and we just have a good time all afternoon.
All right. Anything in it for spectators?
Yeah, it's open to the public, of course. So it's free. Come on out. It's at EPOW. You can picnic. You can bring your own things. There's going to be food trucks there, and some good stuff. And we're going to be doing some fan participation this year. So some prizes are going to be available, and you get to try some of the events yourself and give it a shot. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know about that. Not me.
I heard that real Joe Cruz likes to flex his muscle a little bit.
Oh my God! Can I put the picture up on the screen, Joe?
No, I don't.
Come on, let me do your. Real Joe sent me a picture of his gay bicep arms.
Pat's way stronger than me.
Right.
Yeah.
That Mong Mong thing.
right on. 749. You got sponsors in this because they're not on the promo that I've got yet.
Yeah,
it's just a teaser.
Presented by Guam National Guard, Army National Guard. We thank them so much for stepping up and being the big presenter. And then of course the Choice Broadcasting folks. Pacific Daily News, we've got Triple J Motors, Ready Water and Ice, Pacific Unlimited, of course Pacific Tire and CTD, and a bunch more that will be coming out shortly.
All right, and so I was going to say for participants now in this, you said you've got some new names coming in. We've got a couple of folks from prior strong man, strong woman competitions that are going to be coming back out, balikbayan, as it were here. Is there room for more participants, or are you kind of full up?
We definitely have a couple of more slots open.
Mm-hmm.
We're still about 7 weeks out, and of course there's a lot of interest, and it's a matter of preparation. We've got some locked up names already. Of course, Elton Bautista will be coming back. He's a two-time defending men's champion. Ariel de los Reyes, he's come in second place all 3 years. So but for Ariel, he just loves to do it. He said it's so much fun. He's like a new daddy of twins, and he's like, I'm doing it. I'm in.
Congratulations. That's awesome.
Yeah, so he's in. We got some new names, and then on the women's side, it's going to be wide open because Brittany, the 3-time champion, she moved off island, and so she won't be coming back to defend. So we will have a new women's champion this year.
That's so there, and so there's the if you've got the time, if you are in the zone right now and you're peaking for a competition, this might be it. But I will give you the warning. There's some of this stuff that is not easy from jump. I mean, something is, and we were talking the tire flip, and the girls, it's scaled now, so the girls aren't trying to flip the same kind of heavy duty, heavy equipment tire that the guys are, but it's still tough, and it's hard to watch when you got somebody that was good on the first flip, good on the second flip, and then all of a sudden, man, that's it, kind of gassed out on that. But as we say, the crowd won't let you quit. The crowd will absolutely not let you quit. They will cheer you on until the last ounce of strength has left your body for that heat. And then you go and rest up for a second and go at it again in the next heat. Who's going to be hosting? You had Chris Barnett doing that last time, but he's now Senator Chris Barnett. Is he going to be able to reprise his role?
No, we've got a surprise MC. I think you guys are going to like him this year.
All right.
Yeah, he's an up-and-comer, and giving others an opportunity to showcase their skills. So that goes along.
Vanderlei Silva.
Well.
right.
Vanderlei Silva.
Let's get ready to rumble. All right, 7:52 and change. And just while I got you on the line, we've got the kids back in on the field. It's football time, right, in the high schools?
Yes, it is. So we're going into the second week of high school football. Again, the powerhouse FD Friars, they're won 73 in a row. They haven't lost, and they're going for like their 9th straight title. It's just a well-oiled machine that Bruce Meno's running over there. It's hard to beat. The thing is how can anybody score it? I don't think anyone has scored on them in the last season and a half. Maybe I gotta look back, but definitely well-oiled machine, and they're gonna look to go for 74 this weekend against Sanchez.
Yeah. Did we get to a point where we're out from under the private schools against private schools, public schools against public schools? Have we?
Not quite. I mean, there's effort by all the individual sports that's trying to do that. Volleyball is trying to do that. Cross country is doing that right now. And there's other sports that requires both public school and private school to be combined because not enough participation.
Right.
But the bigger sport that has, like girls volleyball is still separated. The basketball leagues are separated. There is effort by these individual sporting communities that are trying to put it back together. So, there's progress, there's movement, but not as quickly as most of us hope for.
Yeah, I still think that was probably one of the worst decisions that we could have made for high school and school athletics here on Guam was to chop everything up and keep everybody separated. For what I'm still, it doesn't make any sense to me after a couple of years looking at it. 7:55, and one other big deal that's going to be taking place is we've got a big jiu-jitsu tournament coming up here.
Yeah, Marianas Open. I mean, these guys have been doing it for quite some time and actually expanded into the international realm, going into Asia. And they're doing a big one coming up soon. At UOG. I think it's October. I think second week of October. I can't remember right now.
Yeah, I think I've got the paperwork on me. Yeah. It just seems to me, we've got so many people that are going out for different things. Participating on the world stage with the FIFA, and we got all the Triton stuff that's taking place. But it's also interesting to see, especially with jiu-jitsu, which seems to be, along with pickleball, one of the fastest growing sports and endeavors here on Guam.
Yeah, it has been for over a decade, and it just keeps on growing. And before you can count how many black belts we had on Guam in probably one hand, and now there's just a couple of dozen. And so that just shows the growth of that sport.
Yeah, and when you stop and think that even Mount Carmel School has put a dojo and a training gym in there for Brandon Vera to be able to teach kids down there, all of the kids, not just the Husky ones, but all of the kids how to get through to get. What? What do you mean? No, everybody got to get in. No, we're all dressing down for jiu-jitsu, bro. Patrick, when I first met Patrick, we both weighed the same. We're both like 125 pounds, 27-inch waist or something like that. And then we got the good life. And Brother Pat, always fun talking with you, and hope we get a chance to see you. So November 3rd, I will make plans to be there. It's a great way to spend the day. And Patrick has me. I've got a very specific role there. I'm not the master of ceremonies. I'm purely there to
spot for you all the time.
That's it. But my goal is to make sure that nobody walks away with all of the Michelob Ultra. Are they your sponsors again this year?
Yes, they are. Yeah, they're coming back.
All right. Well, I'll see JoJo a little bit later on and have him put together a special cooler just for me and you. 7:56 and Shane, brother. I'll talk to you pretty soon.
All right, brother.
That's 888-8255, 888-TALK. That's Patrick Lujan. GSPN on the World Wide Web if you want to know what's going on in sports. Any sports here on Guam, any sport, anytime that involves a Guamanian, Chamorro, whatever. He's got a line on it and has got people that will cover all of that kind of thing. A couple of minutes away from the top of the hour, I got Fox News that's going to be playing on the other side of that. I'll give you one of the last newscasts that I'll be able to muster, and then we'll get to spend some time with presiding judge Alberto Lamarena you're going to be coming in talking about, primarily we're going to be talking about Constitution Week. And it is interesting to me, Constitution Week, because just 24 hours ago, Gavin Newsom, the governor of California, has apparently signed off on legislation that would provide civil criminal penalties for people that can be convicted of misinformation, casting disinformation, misinformation on the World Wide Web. And we don't want you making fun. We don't want any deep fakes. We don't want any AI cute little things about Kamala Harris if they're not absolutely true. And they're putting together like the meme unit, the meme SWAT team. To the degree that we can get involved here, if you've got a VPN, then point it to California and start uploading all of the crap that you can think of that is going to be offensive to Gavin Newsom and the freaked out lefties in California. Obviously, it will look like it's coming from someone in California, but it's coming from little old you here on Guam. We've got to be able to rage against the machine that they've got there until the courts step in, until the Supreme Court says, yeah, interesting idea, can't do that.
Yeah,
There's a little
sorry
thing,
about that.
First Amendment, Constitution of the United States of America, yeah. So especially on platforms that you don't own or platforms.
That little thing you swore to serve and protect.
They forget all the time.
Paper.
But if you're going to play around with AI, then just beware that there's not everybody loves using it. Although there is a growing number of people that are using generative AI, including your teenagers. There's a possibility that report that the teacher asked them to write, you know who wrote it?
Oh, boy.
ChatGPT, Grok on Twitter. 53% of teenagers are using the AI to help them with their homework. 42% are using it out of boredom. 41% use it for translation. 38% use it for brainstorming. These are all reasons why you're going to want to do it as well. Write documents or email. First draft of anything that I've written that has any weight behind it in the last 6 months the first draft has been done by AI. Creating images or video. Hey, I get it. Real Joe has got a unique set of images that I asked Grok to make of women at Club USA.
Those are mine now.
Yeah, they're all yours.
No, you can't have them.
And then this one here, create content as a joke or to tease. 19% of the teens are doing that, and that's exactly what could get them in trouble.
Wow, imagination.
Not just in California, but in Great Britain, maybe even Canada, as people are starting to crack down on all of this stuff. Well, we're going to crack down on the 7 o'clock hour, jump into the 8 o'clock hour, lead you off with Fox News, find out what the absolute latest and greatest is on one of the big stories, and that is exploding appliances all over the Hezbollah.
He will remain behind bars. I'm Lisa Lacera. A second judge has refused to grant bail to Sean Diddy Combs after his attorney appealed the decision made yesterday during Combs' initial court appearance in New York City. Combs has pled not guilty to federal sex trafficking and racketeering charges. The federal indictment accuses him of coercing and abusing women for years with the help of a network of associates and employees while using blackmail and threats to keep victims from speaking out. Disgraced movie mogul Harvey Weinstein was also in court in New York City today, pleading not guilty to new sex crime charges. He's now facing a charge of forcibly committing a sex act on a woman sometime between late April and early May 2006.
Mr. Weinstein has been very consistent from the time of his investigation. He never forced himself on anybody.
Weinstein's attorney, Arthur Aidala, Weinstein's awaiting retrial after New York's highest court overturned his 2020 conviction on rape and criminal sex act charges involving two women. A longtime CIA officer who prosecutors say drugged, photographed, and sexually assaulted more than 24 women has been sentenced to 30 years in federal prison. Prosecutors say Brian Jeffrey Raymond had more than 500 images of his victims. The Federal Reserve cutting its benchmark rate for the first time in more than 4 years, and it's a larger than usual cut, a half point.
This decision reflects our growing confidence that with an appropriate recalibration of our policy stance, strength in the labor market can be maintained in a context of moderate growth and inflation moving sustainably down to 2%.
Chair Jerome Powell and policymakers signal they expect another cut in the final two meetings this year in November and December. The move sent the markets slightly lower. The Dow lost 103, the NASDAQ off 54, the S&P minus 16. America is listening to Fox News.
What's that, pizza?
It's KFC's $25 fill-up box.
Does this mean pizza night is now chicken night?
Oh, yes, it's chicken night. Kentucky Fried Chicken night. Oh, yes, it's chicken night. Oh, what a night. Oh, what a night.
KFC's $25 fill-up box is back, and it's loaded with all your favorites. You'll get 12 crispy nuggets, 4 pieces of your favorite KFC chicken, 4 biscuits, and 2 bowls of that famous red rice. Order online at kfcguam.com or WhatsApp 300-3278. That's finger-licking good.
When one of my family members needs to be seen by a medical provider for an illness or injury that's not life-threatening but still requires immediate medical care, I go to the FHB Health Center Urgent Care. With convenient hours, no appointment needed, and medical providers I trust, my loved ones are receiving quality medical care. For more information, go to www.fhbguam.com. FHB Health Center, the island's only truly dedicated urgent care.
office received a shooting threat.
Florida Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna says it was brought to her attention that people were doxing her home address and soliciting strangers to send threatening packages to her home in addition to the shooting threat. Luna on Fox Business's Kavuta Coast to Coast says the political temperature needs to be turned down.
It's a dangerous time to be in politics, and obviously hate has no place here, and so we vehemently condemn that.
Luna says she can't reveal too many details, but the threat came from a, quote, very far-left activist, and has added security detail. On Capitol Hill, Ryan Schmelz, Fox News.
U.S. and Dominican Republic authorities have arrested nearly a dozen people as they launched a joint operation to crack down on a regional drug trafficking ring. Among those arrested are the suspected heads of the ring that officials say received drugs from South America in the Dominican Republic and neighboring Puerto Rico and then shipped them to the United States and Europe. Two popular airlines will be combining operations.
Alaska Airlines and Hawaiian Airlines have completed their merger. The deal was expected to close after the airlines complied with demands from the Department of Transportation, including retaining service in locations with little competition. Alaska says Hawaiian Miles members and mileage plan members will be able to transfer miles free of charge. The two airlines are working on securing a single certificate with the FAA, which will allow the airlines to operate as a single carrier. In the interim, both airlines will operate with separate websites. Jenny Coselda, Fox News.
Google has won a court challenge against a European Union antitrust fine imposed 5 years ago that targeted its online advertising business. The commission's ruling applied to ads that Google sold next to its search results on third-party websites. I'm Lisa Lacera. This is Fox News.
Docomo Pacific delivers only the best for business. With the island's widest mobile network, unlimited services, and data-to-go roaming, we keep you connected wherever business takes you. Trust Docomo Pacific to provide you with unparalleled coverage and service. Discover more at business.docomopacific.com.
Half a day and mabuhay. I'm Mary Ann Suyal Lujan, Vice Mayor of Guimbal, Iloilo, Philippines. My husband, Senator Jesse Lujan, is running for re-election as your senator. Senator Jesse fights to reduce inflation, improve healthcare and education, rebuild tourism, and combat crime. Please vote for Senator Jesse Lujan. Thank you very much, and si Juus Maasi.
I'm Jesse Anderson Lujan, and I approve this message.
Wendy's has brought back the 2 for $4 breakfast deal. Mix and match to satisfy your morning cravings. Choose 2 from the sausage biscuit or sausage and cheese English muffin, small seasoned potatoes, and medium hot coffee. That's right, pick 2 for just $4. Head on over today for the Wendy's 2 for $4 breakfast deal. Choose wisely, choose Wendy's.
Disco Fever will be in full swing at Circle K's 7th Annual Craft Beer and Whiskey Festival on September 28th at the Regal Royal Laguna Guam Resort. Sample from an impressive selection of far-out beers and whiskey while rocking your most righteous 70s outfit. Boogie down to Rad Entertainment and get a chance to win $1,300 in cash prizes. Early bird tickets are available now until August 31st. Purchase from any Circle K location or online at craftbeerfestguam.com. Join us for a groovy night that will be totally out of sight.
Your 8 o'clock local news is brought to you by Family Finance.
Well, hello there, Ray Gibson stepping into the microphone zone for Donna D, who's off with matinees for Into the Woods. Everybody's raving about it, and now you've got a chance to go and see it live. Its first public performance this evening up at the Dominican Center up in Gigo. Here's the news, though. Puff Supply's Barragata location targeted by an arsonist for the second time in a week. Tuesday afternoon, a man threw a makeshift Molotov cocktail inside the store, but fortunately nobody was hurt. Security footage shows the suspect using an umbrella to hide his face as he lit a large pickle jar filled with gasoline. The device shattered but did not fully ignite. This follows a similar arson attack at the store's Data location just last week. Police are searching for the suspect, who wore a red jacket and covered his face. The motive remains unknown. Anybody with information is asked to contact Puff Supply through their Instagram page. That's at puffsupply.gu. Dominican Jerome Leon Guerrero, a former Guahan Academy charter school teacher, has been fired from Career Tech High School Academy Charter School after being arrested for touching a former student. Leon Guerrero, who began working at Career Tech on August the 8th, was charged September 4th for assaulting a 17-year-old student between January and May of this year. The school had conducted background checks. There were no red flags. Leon Guerrero was released on a $10,000 bond. Career Tech principal Will Castro assured there have been no similar reports since at the school. 8 o'clock in the morning. More after this.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Whether you're looking to get a personal loan for that family vacation or paying off those long overdue bills, Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $4,000 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña 475-4545 or Dedito 633-4473. Family Finance.
Guam Ed Board officials grilled GDOE Superintendent Eric Swanson over the textbook blunder. Textbooks found dumped in a landfill. Ed Board Chair Mary Okada revealed that pallets of textbooks, some still brand new, were discarded after campus cleanups. Okada demanded accountability, calling it a destruction of government property. Swanson claimed he ordered surplus textbooks stored in a warehouse, but Okada presented documentation showing instructions against this. The issue follows advocacy by former acting Ed Board Superintendent Dr. Judy Wanpat to distribute textbooks to outer island communities. GEB member Maria Gutierrez reported seeing textbooks deteriorating at school. So why they'd throw perfectly good new ones away, well, that's what they're going to try to find out. We've got a new medical examiner. The Guam Post-Mortem Commission has hired Dr. Kenny Sue as the island's new chief medical examiner, an annual base salary of $350,000 with benefits, totaling now $462,700. The amount could increase to $512,700 if an additional $50,000 is approved by the legislature. This is a hard position to fill, so it seems to me whatever they charge, that's what we pay. Sue, who was previously the chief medical examiner for Collin County, Texas, will start October the 28th. He's expressed a desire for a long-term commitment to the role. He replaces Dr. Jeffrey Nine, who resigned in April. Sue's background includes work in L.A., Sacramento, and even Taiwan. It's 10 after 8 o'clock in the morning. There's the news. Here's the weather. It's going to be scattered showers and thunderstorms. They say, I don't know, Real Joe, you went outside. Was there scattered showers and thunderstorming?
No, it's beautiful.
Partly sunny otherwise with highs near 87 degrees. Not a whole lot of wind. Tonight, scattered showers and thunderstorms are possibly in the forecast. Mostly cloudy skies, and overnight low should be about 77 degrees. Isolated showers in the forecast for tomorrow. If it's not raining, then partly sunny, then partly cloudy tomorrow night. By the weekend, mostly sunny Saturday and partly cloudy Saturday evening. Heat index going to make it feel like 96 degrees. There's a 30% chance of rain, just FYI. Who else got this? Rip currents and hazardous surf warnings are in effect for you. We've got sunrise this morning that was 10 after 6. Sunset tonight should be 20 or so after 6 o'clock as well. So there it is. News and weather together. 93.3. This is The Point. Coming up.
Are you planning a trip?
Presiding Judge Alberto Lamarena. It's Constitution Week.
To the Philippines? Why not come back feeling healthier and more rejuvenated? At the Medical City, we offer world-class healthcare services, including comprehensive executive checkups and top-tier aesthetic treatments for as low as $530. Imagine lounging on white sandy beaches, shopping at top-tier shopping centers, and indulging in premium healthcare all in one vacation. Book your getaway now and experience the best of both worlds. The Medical City, your trusted partner in health.
Senator Will Parkinson knows that your home is your castle. That's why he fought to expand the castle doctrine, empowering you to protect your family, your property, and your rights. With Senator Parkinson in the legislature, your right to defend what's yours is stronger than ever. Senator Parkinson stands for your Second Amendment rights and your right to protect your home. Strong, decisive, and committed to your safety. Let's re-elect Senator Will Parkinson.
I'm Will Parkinson, and I approve this message.
On the mic is
There
who's
you are,
starting to talk now? Okay, got it. Portions of the broadcast made possible by the team over at APL, American President Lines, a global presence with a local home. And if you have never bought a car in your life before, swing by NissanGuam.com or the World Wide Web. They've got this exciting new car buyer program. This is going to help out people that are out there that don't really have a whole lot of credit, because it takes credit to make more credit, and it's a tricky proposition if you've never gotten a loan or had to pay anything back. It's not like they start you at 800 and work your way down. So you go and get yourself a new ride. You apply, they approve, you drive away, and you say, but nobody trusts me enough to be the co-signer. You know what? This is unusual. You don't need a co-pilot on the loan that they're going to give you at Nissan. Just pay it back on a regular basis. Don't mess up, and make sure that at the end of the month that you've got the payment in there, and they will continue to report that you have been a good creditor, and you will get yourself up into the 800s. So try it out today. Terms and conditions apply. I don't know what they are. I'm not in the car business or the bank business. Check it out today at NissanGuam.com.
Bringing you closer to the action. Any speaker, anytime. Watch and listen live on ThePOINT.gu.
8:13 in the morning, and presiding judge Alberto Lamarena online and in the studio asking me, how did the vacation go? It went great.
Right.
Bonifacio Global City. That's it. I left once. They picked me up at the airport. And the people over at Medical City have got this program now, where they're like concierge service. So anytime you want to go someplace, like to the hospital, or they'll even take you shopping. And if there's a concert at MOA, then they'll pick you up and drop you off, and then they'll pick you up afterwards. Anyway, so they called me and said, "Is there any place that you want to go?" I said, "I need to go to the hospital on Tuesday for my executive checkup." And they said, okay. And then, do you want to go anywhere after that? I said, next time you pick me up, it will be to take me to the airport. I'm not leaving Bonifacio Global City at all. I love that place. But, yeah, it was absolutely terrific.
Oh, great.
Thanks very much for having me. Have you been traveling at all?
Yes. I just came back.
Any place fun?
But, well, the last one I went to was in, God, I forgot already.
You'll have to go back. You'll have to go back.
Yeah, I have to go back and remember.
All right. Well, you know what? One of the interesting things about traveling is it underscores, I think, sometimes when you get into conversations with people. I struck up a conversation with a guy from Australia, and I'm not sure why, but it went into the realm of the Second Amendment. And we were, talking. I'm talking about gun rights, and I'm talking about, my ability to be given by God to be able to own a firearm and go out there and safely pursue my capabilities and train on the thing. And the guy was flabbergasted by the whole thing. And it occurred to me while I was talking about, oh yeah, that's right. They don't have a Second Amendment in Australia, and there are places all around the world that don't enjoy the same constitutional protections that we have got. So it was a stark reminder to me about the value of our Constitution.
Yes, and I think, Ray, people forget what the Constitution is all about and how it protects us from our government. Really, when the Bill of Rights was passed, the whole purpose of the Bill of Rights was to protect the citizens from its government.
How's that coming along? What do you think there, presiding judge?
I think it works well. I won't be in this business if I didn't have any confidence in our Constitution, our legal system. I think it's like everything else. Everything that's promulgated by humanity is not perfect, but I think it's the most perfect document we have now compared to other constitutions or laws in other countries. What it does is that, first, I'd like to thank you for serving on one of our jury panels.
I've had thank you very much.
Last week was
Did you
jury
see how he jumped into
appreciation
that? Because he knew I was gonna ambush him on that a little bit. So he led with that. It's a perfect boxing analogy. I'm going to lead with my head here. We'll talk about that in a second, because as much of a pain in the ass it was to attend my Thursday morning ritual, I came away learning a whole lot more about the process than I knew before. And you know me, I always like to to think I'm the smartest guy in the room, but there was a whole lot of learning that was built into that. I don't know that I want to do another 6 or 7 months at it, and nudge, nudge, wink, wink. but there was still. I'm glad that I did it. But at any rate, like I said, we traveled around the world, and you hear about all these different news stories and things, and they create controversy. You were asking me about anything big going on. I said, nah, I haven't heard from Doug Moylan yet today. So we'll watch and see how that plays out. But it is interesting to see all of the different ways that the dance of government is done between the executive branch, the administrative branch, and of course the third branch of government, which is the judiciary. And there have been lightning rods of contention based on the interpretations of the Constitution and law laying down side by side. This has been an interesting year for the Supreme Court of the United States of America, hasn't it?
Yes, it has. As you know, I think the founding fathers, the people that drafted our Constitution, I think made it that way. It would provide stability and confusion. I think their experiences with the King of England was a very influential experience, where it taught them that no one should be absolute. No branch, no person should be absolute. So what they did was they created 3 branches of government. Article 1, the legislature, which they felt that the people should be the first. Number 2, the executive, because any central government needs at least one person to administer the government. And 3, the judiciary, which makes sure that everybody complies with the law. And so what they did was they created so that they didn't want any branch of government to be more powerful than the other.
Yeah.
They didn't want the governor to be more powerful.
How's that coming along?
Well, it works if it's exercised.
Yeah.
It's like everything else. You can have a perfect body, but if you don't exercise and eat well, the body will, of course, go bad.
Yeah.
But same thing as our Constitution. I think if each person and each branch of government exercise their powers and recognizes their limitations and exercise their powers properly, I think it works very well.
Right. And we've got versions of it. It's scalable, and so it's always interesting to me to see how we've got our administrative branch, we've got our legislative branch, we've got our executive branch, and we've got our judicial branch, and it's interesting sometimes for me to be able to watch even local issues get decided here, and then maybe ending here or making creating a path to the appellate process that may take our issues up to the Supreme Court, which it has happened many times.
It has happened. That's why the judiciary was created to interpret the laws, what the law is all about. Now, there's also a difference between the legal scholars on how do we interpret the Constitution.
Right.
The liberals say, well, the Constitution should reflect the current community's standards and mores.
Yeah.
The conservatives say we should interpret the Constitution as promulgated and written by our founding fathers.
They chose their words very carefully.
Right. So what they do is there's a conflict. And so when you see issues, if you see it at that prism, you'll understand why for both sides.
But it was interesting this year, and again, talking about the Supreme Court of the United States, where there's the final interpretation of the law, adjacent to the Constitution and then interpreted based on those revelations, right? We saw them in the last couple of years reverse Roe v. Wade. We've seen them just recently, the Chevron deference, which is now gone and is laying out I think for every industry that has any kind of regulation or oversight by the government of the United States of America. All of a sudden, we in the industries are looking back saying maybe the FCC is not right to have promulgated those rules and regulations, because the authority to do so came from Congress, but those rules and regulations, that oversight now did not come from Congress. And we have to start going and through and making sure that we've got check marks on everything. So I think that it has been interesting that this Supreme Court has gone backwards on a couple of things.
Well, depending upon your interpretation, it comes up because I don't want to take sides.
No, I'm not suggesting that you do. I'm just saying I think it's interesting. I don't know that that's happened many times in my lifetime.
Okay. Yes. Well, the Warren Court is another example where there was a lot of social change, civil rights, integration, individual criminal rights, Miranda. All these were vast changes before the Warren Court. So the Warren Court was very revolutionary in the context of social, criminal, even political. And so to say that this court now, the Roberts Court, is to the extreme is basically just who's in the majority, okay? So in the Warren Court, the majority were considered liberals. Yeah. People that interpreted the Constitution, as I said earlier, based on the standards and the mores of the community at that time. The Supreme Court now it believes that the Constitution should be interpreted to the values of what the Founding Fathers wanted.
Right.
That's why when they read the law portion of the Constitution, they have to look at the context. They look at the Federalist Papers. So if you haven't read the Federalist Papers, many of the
It's in the iPad. I'm the next long airplane ride, I will go through the Federalist Papers.
The Federalist Papers and various treatises that were, but the Federalist Papers is the key. Many of the intentions and impressions of the founders were written into that Federalist Papers because they're individual essays made by individual authors who almost all of them were drafters of the Constitution. Yeah. So they look at, what did Alexander Hamilton mean? Yeah. What did James Madison mean? John Adams, Benjamin Franklin.
It is an interesting.
What was their intent?
What I enjoy about the conversation is there is lineage. There's a connection in the United States of America and by extension Guam and the territories. There is a lineage that goes back to the Founding Fathers. Right. We have their writings. We know what they were going through. We have been able to interpret to a pretty significant degree what they were thinking when they put all of these thoughts on paper. I think that's fantastic. But
there's a big trail if you bother if you take the time to read, like a scholar. They've left a good. These people were prolific writers, and so they've left a great paper trail for you to read. Unfortunately, if you don't believe what they're, as you notice, the argument again is, well, that was then.
That was they had muskets then, right. or there was manual printing
now
presses.
we have nuclear weapons.
Yeah, exactly. 8:24 in the morning. Presiding Judge Alberto Lamarena in the studio. Constitution Week going on, and as we recognize the Constitution of the United States of America, the value that it brings to us, I think it still does. Obviously going to have some issues with different interpretations of different laws that I think need to be cast against the Constitution as they were not during the COVID times, locally and nationally. But having said that, Guam does not have a constitution. We have an organic act.
Organic act promulgated by Congress.
Yes.
But we do have the right to create our own constitution, which
we have.
We've never exercised to write our own. It was exercised in the 70s.
I remember. And
we had a plebiscite. Of course, it did not pass.
Yeah.
And we never tried again.
Which I think should be somebody's burden that gets taken up. Do we not? Do you? And I don't want, again, not taking sides here. Would you, as a member of the judiciary here on Guam, be more comfortable making decisions and using a constitution, maybe something that is a little bit more recent and relevant than the Organic Act that was provided to us by the great white fathers in Washington D.C.?
Well, like in most states, they have their own constitution. And some of their constitution,
and they can change their constitution at the state level. We can't do that. We've got to go petition Congress when we want changes.
I always say by the people, by the vote of the people. And I think that we do have that right under the Organic Act. That Congress says, well, if you want to write your constitution, go ahead and do so. We haven't exercised that except for once, okay? And but it's. Every time, the Constitution can reflect the values of the community. We don't have to. Well, we have to follow the main tenets of the U.S. Constitution.
Correct.
Part of the United States.
Yeah.
but we can tweak here and there to make our community needs in the Constitution. So, as you notice, in several states, they have a stronger climate environmental law provision in their Constitution. Some have pro-life or pro-abortion amendments in their Constitution. So it depends upon the community standards. So one thing great about writing our own Constitution is that, we can always adjust it to our own community needs as
my
well.
point exactly.
And then we don't have to go to Congress all the time to beg about changes.
We need a different way that we manipulate courts around here. The judicial system is not the same today, is not the same as it was when you first started clerking, right?
Yes, it's changed.
It's changed.
In fact, it's changed several times.
Mm-hmm.
We went from, the naval court, the island court, to the Superior Court, and then now we have the Judiciary Court, Judiciary of Guam United.
And about every time that we've had to do that, we had to go petition Congress. Yes. Otherwise, we should have been able to do that ourselves. As I say, it should be somebody's burden out there to revive the Constitution.
Yeah, we should look at the Saipan. The Saipan Constitution, the CNMI, the Commonwealth of Northern Marianas Constitution, requires that they look at their Constitution every 10 years. If they feel changes have to be made, they'll make recommendations to the voters. The voters then, in an election, plebiscite, will decide whether or not to approve or reject those provisions. And so they review. I think it's every 10 years. They have a commission that reviews everything. Then they go to the legislature and says, well, maybe we should make changes here to reflect the values and changes of our community. And then they say, okay, we'll put it up to a vote. Okay, so the Commonwealth of Northern Marianas is a very good example for us to follow. They constantly make changes.
Yeah.
If they need to make changes.
Well, one of the
they don't need to go to Congress or anything.
They can do that themselves.
Yes.
And that's again the point that I want to make here is the Constitution of the United States of America provides a capability for Guam through Congress to be able to patriate the Constitutional Convention as authored by former Governor Gutierrez, among others, back in the 1970s, and patriate that and say, okay, this will be our replacement for the Organic Act. And as has been pointed out, Congress has already ratified that. They said, yeah, we're okay with that Constitution, but politically it was a failure here on Guam.
Yes.
Maybe it's time to pull some of those pain points, those friction point out.
Well, we'll have to go back and create a constitutional convention again, or whatever.
I nominate you. I nominate you for the chairman of the next constitutional convention.
Thank you, Ray, for your vote of confidence.
Well, it'll get you off the jury selection panel at the judiciary. This is the part where I get. So I'm sitting there. I'm looking right. We had gone through as much of the voir dire as we were going to do.
I know you weren't even looking at me. You're trying to avoid.
Oh my God!
I was staring at you, but you're like looking up to the sky.
Yeah.
Into the roof.
Well, because I was thinking he's not gonna make me go to jury duty, and sure enough,
don't lock eyes.
And then he says, William Gibson, so you're going to be on the Thursday panel. But again, I learned so much about the process of being able to take the testimony from the Attorney General's office, interview the cops if we needed to on these cases, and I thought that many of them were put together well enough so that I could get a true bill on that bologna sandwich. Because I don't think we ever I don't think we ever turned anything back and said that's not good enough. In a lot of cases, it was just, tell you what, I think there's enough there, and we'll leave this to the 12-person jury to make a determination on guilt or innocence. But one of the things that I did not learn, and a couple of JD buddies of mine said, well, once you're in the grand jury, you are a member of the grand jury, and if you wanted to, you could come up and say, hey, about those school books that were tossed out over at the Department of Education, I'm a member of the grand jury. I would like an investigation conducted on that to find out who needs to be held accountable. Nobody told me about that.
You have that right.
You have that right.
To initiate an investigation. I told you that you guys can ask questions and do certain things when you were.
Yeah, but you never said.
But everybody's asleep when I get them.
Well,
they just want to get out of there. They just want to get out of there.
All right. Well,
you can still be called because
I'm not 65 yet. I
You
think
can be called in 2 years, year and a half.
Yeah, I think February. I think is when I might go back into the panel. And now that I've got a better idea on how to do it and how to adjust and accommodate things here at the radio station, but I wanted. Can I bring back the people that were on the jury pool at the same time as I was? We had a good pool. My 25 people were absolutely awesome, and we figured out rather rapidly, as in, i.e., the first day, how to make sure that we didn't have to go over the ballots time and time again, and so we had this process where we had checkers. So when somebody turned in a ballot, we'd look at it and say, correct. Okay, this one goes in the finished pile, and if somebody passed something in that had errors in it, we made them go back, as opposed to everybody has to start that process all over again. Yeah. Well, and then there was different. We had so many different people. Do you ever get a chance to stroll in and see what's going on in the jury? Or
No, we're not supposed to.
You're not allowed to do that?
Yes, when you're in deliberation, no one can go in, not even the marshals.
There was food.
Yeah, we give food.
No, you don't give food. People brought their own food.
Brought food. Yeah, well, I do sometimes.
No, every once in a while you send something over?
Yeah, but not all the time.
We had guys making Taco Bell runs and Sodi runs, and we had a lady there that was in my pool. She ran a Chinese restaurant. And so she'd come in every once in a while with this huge thing of fried rice that she'd just put together in her cups and Tabasco, and it really was terrific. And it was a point that my brother Dave, who had also been in jury duty multiple times, he said, these are people. You don't really realize. Guam is we'd like to think of Guam as a small place, but there are people on Guam that you wouldn't know. I mean, just kind of random folks that you wouldn't have any reason to spend any kind of time with. Right. And the way that the cross section of the community gets put together in a grand jury pool is actually kind of amazing, and it kind of opens your eyes as to what the differences are, but for the most part, what the similarities are. And I thought that was a beautiful thing.
Yeah, It's not unusual for especially grand jurors to bring it, because after 6 months you get to know each other.
Yeah.
To bring a potluck. Some people bring breakfast, some people bring lunch or snack or whatever. Yeah. So there's a relationship being built.
Well, I tell you what, the hesitation. I think there was a part of us that wanted to put together our own little WhatsApp group. But technically, you're not supposed to do any of that stuff. But it was always, the temptation was always there, because we want to hang out with each other afterwards. Or, hey, that case that we heard today, what did you think of that? That was always kind of interesting. And so while I'm not jumping at the idea of service in the grand jury again, I think that would be all right. I do know some people that have been called multiple times to be a part of the pettit jury that you got over.
My brother, now he's over 65. Not Tony,
right.
But my other brother.
Over 65?
So yeah, he's 70. He's 72 now, but he was called like 3 or 4 times.
To
be a juror.
Well, I think I've gone through that 3 or 4 times in my life, and most of the time I've been able to get out from under the pettit jury. But that grand jury, there's a serious commitment there.
There is a serious commitment, but it's like you said, it's a process that you learn, and it's educational, and plus you learn the law. You learn all types of law. There's not just, a person coming with a drug case. Mm-hmm. You have cases, CSC, family violence.
Oh, God.
Here's what I learned. And so you get a broad understanding of what's going on in the community. That's why in my orientation, I always say, don't be surprised of what you hear in the media or listen or watch will be presented before you when you sit as a member of the grand jury, and 99% of the time, I've heard this before.
Yeah, there was a magistrate. Well, you certainly learn a lot of the familiar names here. One of and I'll underscore this, and I'm sure you'll agree, after having sat through months and months and months and heard all these different cases, we don't pay our police officers enough to put up with what they got to put up with, and arresting all the same people and all of that. And I bristle at the idea that a lot of these guys have figured out how to get that revolving door at the court working for them. But if that's based on the Constitution, then those are some of the things that we're going to have to look at down the road as a people and figure out how to strengthen them so that we can protect our community at the end of the day. What else you guys got going on for Constitution Week? I mean, obviously the interview, and you had the signing and all of the
we had a big proclamation signing, a resolution signing by the governor, lieutenant governor, and speaker, and the chief justice, and the judicial officers.
September, so we're not doing another res judicata.
No,
the res judicata
is
in May.
Yeah. So We have a lot of activities going on.
Okay.
So after that, we've been going out to the schools, the various high schools and middle schools, to educate our young students about what the Constitution is all about. Talking to you and various other media.
Happy to do it.
We kind of educate the public about the Constitution. We always forget that we don't live in a society like this because we all love each other. Yeah, that's probably part of it. But we're all bound by a common value, and that's the Constitution. We're bound by that law.
I think Gavin Newsom just broke the Constitution of the United States of America when he had Patriate the Organic Act, is what Judge Klitsky is telling me this morning. That's the one that we want to patriate, is the Organic Act, and then take that from there, and then substitute as we will from the Organic Act, not necessarily the old Constitution.
Yeah, once we pass the Constitution, the Organic Act will be null and void.
Yeah.
But, we've got to take the first step.
And the first step is...
Congress can't force us to do it because the Constitution is from the will of the people. Unfortunately, the Organic Act is not. But the Constitution that we are authorized to draft, it comes from the will of the people. And so, it's just sitting there waiting for us to start the engine.
One of these days,
we just have to turn on the ignition, as they say.
There's people over at the legislature that have got JD stripes on them, and there's all kinds of other people in the community that I think need to be thinking about the next generation. And do we want the Organic Act to be our guiding body for the rest of time, or should we, as they did back in the 1970s, endeavor to pursue a different path and something that would give us a little bit more control over our destiny?
What delays the Constitution drafting is the argument about political status. Some people say, we can draft the Constitution independent of status. Some people say, no, you can't. We have to determine status first, political status first.
Okay.
Because it might affect our ability to write the Constitution. But, that's where the argument is, and that's where the stalemate is.
So fight it.
So, we got to find a resolution somewhere. I don't think we should. I myself feel that we're mature enough, I think, as a community to draft our own Constitution and to determine our political future. But with the current events going on, I doubt if the United States is going to give us independent status. And since we're not unlike the CNMI and the other Federated States of Micronesia, Palau, and Marshalls, they were under the trusteeship of the United Nations.
Right.
So it was the United Nations that forced the hand of the United States government to have them make their own self-determination.
And no such luck here.
In Guam, no. Because we are lock, stock, and barrel. Because of 1898, the Treaty of Paris, we became, the sole the United States became the sole territory of the United States.
And here we are over 100 years and still have not had the numerous opportunities. I say every election that we have is an opportunity for us to help have the conversation about our political status. And, there's a lot of talk about it. We've got a commission of people that look at it and fly to the UN and go do whatever it is that they do and see who they need to see. And then they go watch the Broadway and then they come back. And we are still in the same place that we were. And I've been watching this conversation unfold all of my life, and here I am now in my 60s and going, it's still the same as it was in the 70s.
Yeah, when Joe Ada and Carl Gutierrez were governor and Ricky Bardallo, nothing has moved except our age.
Exactly. One other thing before I let you run, I think it's important that we recognize the value of the Constitution here and a Constitution, whether it's an Organic Act or whether it's something that we bring back from the 1970s, resurrect from the dead. But I'm curious as to your thoughts. I mean, you said you're going to go talk to kids in the school, and we're going to push the constitutional conversation down the road a little bit further. Do you think that maybe we ought to have a conversation about making that almost a mandatory part of the curriculum in the schools? Is a little bit of personal law. I didn't know anything about personal law until I was a freshman at the University of Guam in 1980, and those classes are still relevant to me in my head when I start to think about all of the different things that I thought I knew about law that turned out to be false, and things that I didn't know about law that I probably should have by the time I got to be the age of majority. priority. I think that maybe there ought to be a little bit of emphasis in the schools. Teach the kids how to balance a checkbook, how to make their way through a kitchen and a garage, and also a little thing or two about personal law.
You know, you've raised a good point because we're finding that out in our treatment courts.
Yep.
As people progress through the phases, they become so sober and productive members of society. Yeah. We teach them how to life skills, and part of the life skills is, of course, getting a job, learning how to socialize with people in a productive way, and part of it is financial responsibility. You know, we say, well, we got you a job, but the question is now, what do you do with a paycheck? You know, most people just go out and blow it out, blow it, the whole paycheck.
I'll be there waiting
one
for
night.
you. Wherever you are, I will be waiting. I will help you blow that paycheck.
And then, of course, they don't have any money to pay rent.
Yeah.
They don't have money to buy food because they went out with their friends and families and spent, one whole buffet in the hotel.
Yep.
Cost $500. There goes the paycheck. So we try to teach financial responsibility because most people don't understand why they can't get a loan. They have to develop a credit score. Most people don't understand that opening a checkbook is very important to establishing a credit score because then the bank will track you. Are you bouncing your checks all the time? Yep. Do you deposit your checks you deposit your paycheck into your account? And spending wisely. Once the bank sees that you're doing it, you don't even have a credit card. Yep. Once they see that you're doing well, you know how to handle your finances. Then you can get a loan, a personal loan or a credit card or something. So we have to teach financial responsibility to people and how to allocate your financial resources. That this has to go to some of our obligations. Okay, you got to pay your rent.
I think that we need to start teaching kids that freshman year in high school.
Well, we don't. I don't know. I've been told that they do, but I don't know. But based on the people that come through our system,
they weren't paying attention.
Yeah, they were. Let's just say they were not. They were probably playing with something in the classroom while the instructors were.
I'm just checking some of the messages as I will every once in a while, and I got a note asking, "Who's on now? Who are you talking to over there?" So, Presiding Judge Lamarena. He says, "Did he mention my name?" And I'm going to write him back, say, "No, Uncle Carl, I mentioned your name. I mentioned your name because he presided over the Constitutional Convention back in the 1970s."
Oh, that's one of the persons should ask why he hasn't pushed for it again.
Many times. There we go. And then another note from Judge Klitsky: the separati don't want a constitution, and then maybe there's room for there's another conversation that we need to have. In the meantime, we are in the shadow of a great constitution that we're flexing on right now, and hopefully everybody will get some time and spend a little bit of time with the Constitution. There's so much at stake these days, and we've got another election that's going to be coming up. And again, I'm not going to ask you to pick sides or make any predictions or anything like that. But I think one of the things that we can predict is that there are going to be people, regardless of the outcome, that are going to be reaching for a constitutional interpretation of the outcome and to make sure that all of the right, legal, and correct steps were taken to come out to whoever was victorious.
Well, like everything else, due process is the most due process is just as important as the substance of the law. And you see due process, you have the right to an attorney. That's all due process. But, like substance of the law is, you commit the crime, you were charged for murder or CSC. So, due process is just as important as the substance of
And due process as a concept is, again, something that needs to be taught in school. Actually, due process is something that you should be working out with your family. When you get in trouble, when this Lamarena gets in trouble for doing something, and it was actually Tony's fault, that you're blaming me. Dog, we got to do due process here. Where's your evidence, Mom? Where's your? Tell me what it was your probable cause leading to the conclusion that I was the one that stole the cookies.
Your evidence would be the padding. This is the rule of law.
Exactly. It's just a smaller version of the government in the House. 8:45 in the morning. I'm so glad that you came by. I'm sorry you missed the opportunity to talk to somebody like Charlie Hermosa, who has actually had the opportunity in his life to defend the Constitution wearing the uniform of of a soldier. And I think what a great privilege that is. And swearing their oaths to the Constitution of the United States of America, as many people that are running for office right now are going to have to do before too much longer. Thanks for coming by.
Okay, Ray, thanks for inviting me.
No, not a problem. Not a problem. We'll have you again in soon when it's time for me to jump back into jury duty, I think.
It will be soon.
You're not inspiring confidence in me right now, PJ. 8:46 in the morning. I'm going to cut him loose in a second. Give me some time to take a break, and I'll come back with the last big look at local news, and maybe we'll see if we can scare up some celebrity birthdays and more as the Ray Gibson Show continues.
I'm Ginger Cruz, and I'm running for Congress with a plan. You can read it at gingercruz.com. Jim Moylan has no plan, just outdated websites. No solutions, you need to call his office. But here's what he did do. He lost $300 million in compact impact money. He let his good friend in Congress kill compensation for Guam's radiation survivors. And he took credit for money that DOD is getting for Guam. Guam faces real threats and a crushing cost of living. And Washington is where we can solve these problems if you understand how. Congress is tough. You have to engage with members, know what you're talking about, be convincing, and move Guam's issues. From my start in the Guam legislature in 1983 to the Ada and Gutierrez administrations to the highest levels of the federal government, this has been my life's work. I even taught it at UOG. A lifetime of experience means that I'm ready to work for you on day one. I'm Ginger Cruz for Congress. I approved and paid for this ad, and I need your vote.
Okay, what's BP Smart Pay?
So, it uses your smartphone to pay when shopping at the grocery store, mall, or wherever they accept contactless payments.
Restaurants too?
Yep.
Okay, how?
It's easy. Go to your wallet on your smartphone and enter your Bank Pacific Visa debit card, and presto, your smartphone is now Smart Pay ready.
BP Smart Pay. I like it.
Bank Pacific, where others put branches, we place roots for over 70 years. Member FDIC.
This time check is brought to you by Ginger Cruz for Congress. Now more than ever, Guam needs strength, experience, and intelligence in Congress. It's time for a leader. Vote Ginger Cruz.
Paid for by Ginger Cruz for Congress.
Where I put it? Somewhere around here is a piece of paper, got all the celebrity birthdays on it, and I don't seem to have it in front of me in my hands. I don't want to have to skip that part of the program. Do I have to? Oh. Okay, I'll find it. I'll find something. I got all kinds of stuff. Just stacks and stacks of paper. So I'll work through that. What's today?
It's almost Friday. It's Thursday, the 19th. Never forget.
Remind me.
September 19th.
Remind me. I got some giveaways to take care of.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. We got a Moses giveaway between now and tomorrow, end of the program, and then I've also got. We've got some gifts, entry forms for what is it? The big thing on Saturday, the beach party over at at Beach Bar, as well as I'm almost positive I've got tickets for the beer and wine festival that's coming up. The 76 Circle K, that big one that they've got. Yeah, so I'll see if I can hook you up with some of the goodies there. I've started the process of looking for questions to ask on the radio. Like this one here. So good. Approximately 30% of dating app users have this in common. 30% of dating app users have this in common with each other. You think you might know what it is? I'm not doing the contest right now. I'm just saying that might be a question that I use in a contest, or I might just dazzle you with my brilliance and talk about it here on the radio. In the meantime, 10 away from the top of the hour and a little bit late for local headlines, but let's get to it now. A female detainee escaped from DOC early yesterday morning. Tanya Uggan managed to break out through a cut fence at Post 8's holding tank. Security noticed the breach and issued an all-points bulletin. Police are charging Uggan with escape and property damage, apprehended just 20 minutes after a lockdown and pursuit by the Special Ops team. Internal Affairs is investigating the incident. GMH has introduced a new diagnostic scanner. Got a note about this from the Elau family, funded by $2 million from the Department of Interior. The advanced machine features AI. It's got this movable arm, improving scan accuracy and reducing radiation. It will replace a 16-year-old model and enhances care for stroke and cardiac patients. Training on the new system is currently underway right now, and I believe that there's going to be an open house on that before the weekend. GTA hosting a tech workshop for 25 seniors at the Zotnia Telefofo Seniors Center over the weekend. The event helped elders use smartphones and apps to stay connected. GTA's Michelle Cadahay-Perez says the goal is to ensure that Manamco stay engaged through technology. This is the 9th workshop in the GTA series. Last session set for November 18th down at the Agate Senior Center. So get a hold of Mayor Kevin and see if we can get Grandma and Grandpa down there and figure out how to do it. Yeah, great way to stay connected with kids and family and stuff like that. Or in the very least, great way that I do my solitaire. And I recently downloaded a oh my God, this will take you back to the 90s. When there was not one Manumco that didn't have one of these things in their hand. You remember the Blackjack 21? the little you can buy them at the mom and pop stores. They're like $5-6 a piece. That was social media back then. There was nothing else to do. Nana would reach into her purse and pull out the old blackjack thing and just sit there and practice at blackjack. Great way to learn it and a great way to do it. It's 8:52 in the morning, and that's all the news that I've got for right now. Looking to see if I can find the paperwork on celebrity birthdays. It's not in front of me now, so I might have to blow it off, or maybe I'll find it while these commercials are playing.
Whoever said no risk, no reward has never been sued. Hi, I'm Dave Silva from AB Risk Solutions, and our job for over 70 years has been to help businesses just like yours manage risk. Manage risk? We will never be able to totally eliminate the myriad of risks every business faces, but we can help you manage them and recover when disaster strikes. From mom and pop operations to high-rise hotels, we're the experts businesses have counted on for many years. Call me today at 777-2668 for a free risk review and consultation.
AB Risk Solutions, formerly known as Aon.
Craving delicious dishes with local flavors? Look no further than Mezcla Bistro. From our juicy burgers to flavorful seafood and local fusion, every dish is made with love and the freshest ingredients. Join us for an unforgettable lunch, dinner, or decadent Sunday brunch. Visit us online at mezclaguam.com or call 671-479-2652 or 671-489-2653 to make a reservation. Vote for Mezcla Bistro in Pica's Best 2024. Mezcla Chamorro Fusion Bistro, a true taste of Guam.
Mike Grace Bloss says schools should teach how to overthrow the government 101. It's we the people, not we the government. All kinds of people online. I haven't had a chance to take too much of a look at all of this. I got Mike Grace Bloss, like I said, in the line here. Sonny Cruz, half a day to you. Donna Mila Martinez, Maria Duenas Perez, Galo Perez is hanging out. So's Verna Chargaloff Mendiola. There's one. There's another teacher that we've got on the line. Big sister Shelley saying good morning to presiding Judge P.J. Lamarena. Stickles online and saying so. Ken Stewart, the food guy.
The food guy.
Is, I was just thinking about you the other day. I was someplace and I was looking at.
Hungry?
Yes. And on the menu was pork belly. Now, Ken Stewart and I had the opportunity many years ago to go on a fam tour in Okinawa. It was one of these, I think it was United at the time, and they got us, and we flew us out to Okinawa, did a radio show from there. And then we went to a place, and that's all they served was something made of pork. They eat I forget how to say it in Okinawan.
Happy pig.
We eat everything except the oink. is the way they said that. And the cartilage from the pig's ear. That was good. Got some snout in there.
Man.
But 100 different ways to eat pork belly. Crispy it up over there, or figure out how to rend all of the oil out of the fat, so all you've got left is just the mantika, the flavor of the mantika. Yes, I was thinking. I was looking at this stuff on the menu the other day, thinking Ken would absolutely love this. Dave Duenas on the line. I got Jay Duan, Jefe Grazi, and Tony and Annette Pinko Ada. Dennis Benzor is online.
Hey, DB.
DB,
We
hanging
missed
out
your
with you.
meat, man.
Put your meat in my mouth here. John Ananich is watching
Morning,
because I'm sure somebody reminded or told him that we were talking about him earlier.
And he was lifting weights and he got angry.
He got, hey, what, you're talking about me on the radio. Better be something good.
Stupid traffic lights.
It's the stupid
break
traffic
them
lights.
in half.
It's the traffic lights that stop you at 4 o'clock in the morning when there's nobody there. I'm not, you know what's I'm sorry. I don't have a government vehicle with a government card. And so, you know, that's when I'm sitting at the light, I'm wasting time and I'm wasting fuel. I could be going.
You turn it off, Ray.
You know, yeah, no.
That's what they do in the PI, bro. You turn off the car when you stop, and then you start it again when the traffic starts moving a little.
I'd read there's a theory. There's a theory on that.
You're wasting gas?
Yeah, that if you let the car idle, then you're wasting gas. So people say, yeah, turn it off and then turn it back on because the amount of gas it takes to restart the engine,
to crank it up,
is minimal compared to what you're using while the car is. And I don't know. I've never actually tested the theory. I think there might be some published reports on what the findings are from people that did that actually use scientific gear to determine if that was the best way or not to do it. But I'm just saying. So where are we now? We got that, and Kenley Guerrero is online and not at this time spouting any Trump derangement syndrome stuff.
You're being good.
Nick Nichols is there. Benita Camacho Garrido saying good morning to everybody. Tattoo Shauna says, can I add a art workshop date to your calendar? Yes, you can, Tattoo Shauna. Merely go to thepoint.gu and on the ribbon on top where it says community, hover over that.
Free?
Yep. When it says submit an event,
or it only costs 1 jar of honey, Ray.
Yeah. What? Huh? Honey? You know, her husband's watching too.
I know, but she has honey.
She's
raising bees.
I'm just, you know.
Hey, morning sticks.
Hey. Somewhere out there, Dennis Benzer is saying, lucky guy.
Yeah.
But when Dennis says it, it's nasty.
Yeah,
let me see. Cars these days have automatic cutoff and restart once you take your foot off the brake. Joe Dizon is there. Daryl Taggarty talking about those lights that keep stopping me. He says, it's a filter for drunk drivers and scofflaws. Actually, and John Ananich said actually had no idea I was talking about him, just checking in. Well, good to have you online here. Notice that you're spending a lot at the gym. You look like you dropped about 40 pounds.
Hey.
Hope it's not AIDS.
Looking lean.
But maybe is it a precursor to some other kind of political motivation in the future?
Yeah.
Or maybe John Ananich in Patrick Lujan's strongman competition.
That's possible, very
good,
possible.
Right? Yeah, I'm not too far off. All right, celebrity birthdays in the last minute and a half of the hour. Jeremy Irons, Scar on The Lion King, is 76 years old today. Joan London, 74. Let me see. TV personality Soledad O'Brien turned 58 years old. Jimmy Fallon is 50. And still, I don't think has a whole lot.
God, Jimmy Fallon, he looks 58.
Yeah.
59.
I think late night TV does that to you. Allison Sweeney from Days of Our Lives and The Biggest Loser is 48 years old. And Danielle Panabaker, you saw her on The Flash. If you were one of the 12 people that went to go watch it, is 37 years old. It is Talk Like a Pirate Day.
Aye.
Meow Like a Pirate Day. Free Queso Day. And Women Road Warrior Day. Ladies.
Oh, yeah.
You know who you are. You know who I'm talking about. Shelley is a woman road warrior out there. And
the dress is outside the car door. Is that what you mean, Ray?
No.
Okay.
It might be. It might be. But I'm going to ask Shelley to watch the house and take care of the cat while I'm gone, so I'm not going there. But that's the plan, Stan. Tell you what, got another hour of the Ray Gibson Show coming up next. I have no idea what the hell we're going to be talking about. But stick around. It might be fun and amusing for both of us. Road warriors of all stripes and of all genders. Stand by now. Fox News Live is coming up next. Maybe a little bit more. Charita says nobody likes a butt pirate. Arg. You guys, you're egging me on. See what happens here? It's 9. Here's the news.
In a blue state. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. Former President Trump set to hold a rally on New York's Long Island this hour, an area where he has strong support. This coming after the International Brotherhood of Teamsters declined to endorse a presidential candidate, saying neither has sufficient support from its more than 1 million members.
Some 16,000 people are expected here at the Nassau Coliseum. We expect to hear former President Trump talk about the Teamsters union vote, inflation, and immigration. Remember, according to New York City, they have spent nearly $5 billion caring for more than 200,000 migrants over the last 2 years, and those impacts are felt far and wide along Long Island.
Fox's Brian Yennis at Nassau Coliseum. This is the latest Fox News poll as Vice President Harris ahead of former President Trump by 2 points in a general election matchup.
The latest Fox News poll has Vice President Harris with 50% support compared to former President Trump's 48%. Just over half of independents say they support the vice president, and 55% of Hispanics do. While the poll found 21% of non-MAGA identifying Republicans will not vote for the former president, he now has 29% support among black voters. A third of Harris supporters say their main reason is opposition to former President Trump. Just under a quarter of his supporters say opposition to Harris is the main reason they support him.
Fox's Jessica Rosenthal. The FBI says Iranian hackers sent people associated with President Biden's campaign unsolicited information that had been stolen from Donald Trump's campaign. The FBI says there's no evidence that anyone who received the materials responded. The emails were sent in late June and early July before President Biden dropped out. The House has rejected a bill to fund the federal government and require proof of citizenship for new voters. The next steps are unclear. A second judge has refused to grant bail for Sean Diddy Combs. America's listening to Fox News.
Hey Guam! Looking for a place to chill and beat the heat? Hafaloha has got you covered. Enjoy their refreshing acai smoothies and bowls packed with fresh fruits and other nutritious fillings, or grab some shave ice that's drenched in tropical flavors, which will transport you straight to paradise. If you're after a meal to satisfy your curiosity and hunger, they have amazing local-style burgers, savory poke bowls, and creative appetizers like the poke nachos and guambam roll. But before you wrap up your day, check out some of their unique merch. Whether you want beach vibes wear or something stylish for a night out, they got it. They're open all week from Sunday to Thursday, 11 a.m. till 9 p.m. Friday and Saturday, 11 a.m. till 10 p.m. Follow them on Facebook and Instagram at Hafaloha and at Hafaloha Concert Series for their incredible events. Call 671-989-3444. That's 989-3444.
The Department of Justice is suing the owner and operator of the ship that destroyed the Francis Scott Key Bridge in Baltimore.
Justice Department officials say they have filed a federal civil suit in Maryland against Grace Ocean Private Limited and Synergy Maine Private Limited, the companies that owned and operated the Dolly container ship. The ship had left the port of Baltimore headed for Sri Lanka on March 26th when it lost power and struck the bridge, causing it to collapse and killing 6 people.
Funds the state may recover in the litigation will be used to repay federal money spent to reconstruct the bridge and highway.
That's Eric Barron, U.S. Attorney for the District of Maryland. The suit seeks to recover $100 million in costs related to reopening access to the port and damages for reckless conduct. Tanya J. Powers, Fox News.
People who live near a suburban Detroit landfill are suing to try to stop the shipment of World War II-era radioactive soil from New York State. Disgraced former Empire actor Jussie Smollett takes his hoax case conviction to the Illinois State Supreme Court.
The Illinois High Court hearing oral arguments in Jussie Smollett's appeal of his criminal conviction in 2021 in Cook County after a state appeals court upheld the conviction for faking a racist and homophobic attack in 2019 on himself, then lying to police. His attorneys arguing Smollett should not have been punished for the same crime twice after Cook County State's Attorney Kim Foxx controversially reached a plea deal with Smollett of no charges in exchange for a small fine and community service. Smollett not in attendance in Springfield, no word on when the High Court will rule on the case. Jeff Manasso, Fox News.
Tupperware Brands has filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy protection. The company that revolutionized food storage decades ago says it plans to continue operating and will seek court approval for a sale. I'm Lisa Lacera. This is Fox News.
Fighting government corruption requires a collective effort.
persistence, effective laws, and strong leadership. But most importantly, it requires your commitment and intolerance of corruption. When I introduced legislation to prevent individuals guilty of official misconduct from government employment, it faced strong opposition. But we needed to send a stronger message. Our government will no longer tolerate acts of official misconduct. No one should have the opportunity to betray the people's trust a second time. Let's take a stand against corruption and move our government in the right direction. Vote for Joanne Brown for Senator.
Paid for by the committee to elect Joanne Brown for Senator, Eleanor Borja Treasurer.
Stay cool all year round by checking out Johnstone Supply for your HVAC and refrigeration needs. Located at 170 Guerrero Drive on Picanell Road in Tamuning, call Johnstone Supply today at 671-649-0581. That's 671-649-0581. Open 8 a.m. to noon and 1 to 5 p.m. Monday to Friday. Open Saturdays from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. and closed on Sundays. Stay cool with Johnstone Supply.
At Guam Regional Medical City, we strive to care for our patients as we would our family members. With a team of interventional cardiologists, GRMC provides advanced care treatments for heart failure and heart attacks, coronary artery diseases, atrial fibrillation, and more. Let us care for your heart, one beat at a time. To make an appointment, contact GRMC's referral office at 671-633-GRMC. That's 633-4762.
Senator Duenas fought to get $20 million in additional education funds and $30 million appropriated to GMH. Senator Chris Duenas' Malik legislation will put more police officers on the streets, and Senator Duenas is always ready to take on Guam's newest challenges. His housing bills will allow for greater construction flexibility. Re-elect Senator Chris Duenas. Focus, balanced, ready.
I am Chris Duenas, and I approve this message.
Was that real, Joe? What am I supposed to be doing?
That's you.
All right. Oh, the thing.
Yeah,
the blurbs. More
yes.
blurbs. Portions of the program made possible by a significant grant from American President Lines. APL, a global presence with a local home. Also being brought to you by the guys over at, where's it at? This is Wendy's. So they've got this 2 for $4 deal. And we want you to pick a sandwich of one kind or another, breakfast sandwich that they've got out there, and then you get to pick the side that goes along with it. You can't have the two breakfast sandwiches as your two. There needs to be a breakfast sandwich and the potatoes, or breakfast sandwich and the coffee. That's how the deal is put together. You want details on that and clearer instructions and the aroma. Swing by the nearest Wendy's. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's 2 for $4 breakfast deal.
News to fill your mind. Talk to get it out. The Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-8255.
Just talk like a regular pirate. You don't have to talk like a butt pirate. I don't know. I don't know. You know, it's Tarita Wilhite. She's the one. If it's not me, you guys. It's just people online that are egging me on. Tupperware bankrupt. Give away the existing stock to Pinoy's for taboo purposes. And Rico saying, "Hoy lefties! All these matai attempts at President Trump just raise his poll numbers." Just think of what his poll numbers would be without the crazies that are factored in. Well, there's a whole lot of crazy going on, and Gavin Newsom coming up with legislation, signing off on legislation that would ban funny memes about people. It just does not understand the concept of satire, and there's a lot to be satirical about. Kamala Harris has apparently found a new dialect.
Yeah.
So
she changes all the time.
So she's got the regular dialect, like the one that she used in the debate. She did not code switch during the debate.
Yeah.
And then if she's in front of a black crowd, then all of a sudden she sounds like sassy hot mama.
She does.
Right.
Yeah.
And they have just
y'all better make way.
Oh my God!
Good Lord!
It's cultural appreciation.
It is.
But the most recent one now is there's a tape of her floating around on the internet where she's discovered her Latina side.
Oh,
I'm sorry, Latinx.
Oh,
She's discovered her Latinx side. Yeah. All right. So that there's much to parody out there. There is much to make satire on both sides. On both sides, like I said, the apparently the anthem in a number of lesbian gay bars is now the remix version of Donald Trump's "Eat the Cat," which apparently has nothing to do with the original context with which he was referring to it as. And then all of a sudden, here comes the mainstream media gaslighting, saying that's not what. Stop telling people that's what the Haitian refugees are doing in Springfield, Ohio.
God, it was one cat.
No, there's another video floating around of a guy in a parking lot that he's not conducting an autopsy. I'll tell you that. So it is one of the. Do not believe what you see and hear in the mainstream media. You're going to say, okay, Ray's going to make another plug for X. Yeah, I'm going to make another plug for X. I'm going to do that. I mean, look, if CBS is still posting stories there, if CNN is still posting stories there, if NBC, MSNBC, if all of these other networks are still posting stories on X, they know that's where they're going to find eyeballs.
We don't believe you anymore.
Exactly. Oh, you read my response? You read my response?
No, that's just how I feel, man.
I don't believe
nobody
you.
believes you guys anymore,
Just anything you say. I'm sorry, I don't believe you.
Blew it.
When they come out and say, hey, you know what's going to happen at the end of this election? It's going to take them hours, days, weeks, maybe months before we're able to determine who the president of the United States is going to be. There's just so many things that are different now than they were before because, COVID-19 and mail-in ballots and all of this other stuff and the 20 steps that are going to take it. We're not going to know for a long time who the president of the United States is, which in my mind is just setting things up for a word that rhymes with steal. Oh. I'm sorry. No. The word I was thinking S-T-E-E-L, which is different than S-T-E-A-L. Just saying, Zuckerberg. 9/11 in the morning, and let me just share this with you. I was while the news was playing, should have probably been doing important things like looking at today's headlines and seeing if there was anything that I haven't covered yet. But I found this on screen right now. It is the first poster, if you will, for the sequel to one of the most popular shows to ever play on Netflix. And there's a sequel to Squid Game coming up. Squid Game.
I like it.
Is coming back to Netflix. Squid Game 2. The game will not stop. Now, it was pretty clear at the end of the original Squid Game.
Okay, you saw that part.
Yes, where we set ourselves up for a sequel. The guy was going back in to Squid Game. He was going back into the thing.
I think for revenge. Was it?
I maybe needed more money. I don't know.
Dude, got all
I blew through my $1 million already. I don't know. $1 million sounds like a lot of money, as it turns
it's
out.
only like 25 US.
1,321 against the dollar today. I guess I better go back in there. But it looked like they were headed off in that direction. It says December 26th is when we're going to start watching.
What a gift!
Yeah. So those of you that have canceled your Netflix membership until something good comes up.
Yeah, sorry about that.
This might be it. This might be it. You might need to turn the thing back on. I do that every once in a while. I'll just suspend things just because. Dave Eckert is checking in this morning from Vegas. Dave Eckert.
There's a lot of Chamorros out there now.
But Donald Trump. When is Shelley? When is Donald Trump going to Vegas? Has he already been there? I think people are already lined up. They have 65,000 people trying to get into a stadium that was built for 20,000 people out somewhere in the world. Yeah. All kinds of. Annette Ad also checking in from stateside. Nice. We got people up and down to 5 that have got the program all lined up. All right. Let me just duck back in to the news. 9:13. We thought we were going to get the presiding judge in for the last hour of the program, but happy coincidence. He was already in the area. He had donuts. So he swung by the radio station.
He didn't have donuts.
I'm just making stuff up. That's what you do when you're in talk radio, and you got to do 4 hours. Anyway, so this hour, I may or may not concentrate on a variety of other things. I don't know. There's this story here that has got me scratching my head, and I hope that Ed Board Chair Mary Okada gets to the bottom of this. And that is apparently a number of textbooks are in a landfill out there somewhere. First of all, we could have burned that to make electricity. Just saying, I'm going to toss that out.
Those would have burned great.
Yeah, they would have been. How many times did you want to burn
they
your
would have
textbook?
burned slow.
Apparently, they're still in brand new condition. Many of these textbooks had been palletized and tossed out after the campus cleanups that had been taking place. Seemingly stunned CDOE Superintendent Kenneth Swanson insisted that he ordered all surplus textbooks to be palletized and stored in a warehouse. Okada countered with documentation that directed textbooks not to be brought to a PD warehouse. And documentation for 198 pallets, and now all of a sudden it has been reduced. The blunder. Who wrote this? Destiny at KUAM wrote this.
Oh, Morning Destiny.
Hi, Destiny. The blunder follows weeks of advocacy from the former acting GDOE superintendent and the governor's chief education advisor, Judy Wan-Pat, who had urged that these textbooks be sent to outer island communities because our kids are already smart.
Yeah, we don't need them anymore, man.
I'm just saying. You know what?
You got hand-me-downs.
Dude. I went to Father Duenas in the middle of the 1970s.
You did, sir.
And our history book, there was a section in each one of the chapters of the history books, and it was talking about the presidents of the United States. And obviously, there's George Washington. He was born here, died here. Abraham Lincoln, born here, died here. Teddy Roosevelt, born here, died here. And then it got to Dwight Eisenhower. It said he was born here, but there was no death date for Dwight Eisenhower. I'm looking at this book. It's 1977, and it still showed that President Dwight David Eisenhower was still alive. And I'm going, do we need new textbooks? And they said, no, the history hasn't changed. It's like, why did we get rid of math books? Did the math change? Did the math change?
Maybe those books got mold, Ray.
Oh, there was a peculiar aroma that came from it, knowing that these were textbooks that had been used by Father Duenas graduates going back to the 1960s, and there was a certain amount. It's the Duenas legacy.
Okay.
I wonder with textbooks, at which point do we retire them because they're tattered or this stupid kid like me underlined all the wrong things,
drew mustaches on all the faces.
Yes, everybody. Even the women got their little Hitler mustache. Anyway, so there's a part of me that's going, why are we palletizing any of this stuff anyway? Why do we send them away? Have we answered all of our problems? Have our kids gotten to be as smart as we need them to be? Shelley says Trump is in New York. Was in LV last weekend. Okay, sorry I missed that. 888-825-5888-TALK. That's the telephone number around here. Spent a little bit of time on the radio with Dr. Ron McNinch from the University of Guam. Maybe he can explain why we have to throw away perfectly good textbooks.
Hey, Happy Cousin Ray. Happy Guam. Welcome back.
Hey, thanks. It's good to be home.
Yeah, absolutely. Eisenhower, I think, died in 1969. That's
so my textbooks were only maybe 10 years old at the time.
Right. It's incredible. So I'll tell you, we were all shocked. The entire board was shocked that they had these weren't just textbooks they put on pallets. Many of these were brand new, never even been opened textbooks that were simply discarded in the garbage.
Crazy.
And yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, everybody said that. We were all shocked. And Mary Okada, Dr. Okada, first told me about it. I'm like, are you sure? Can we make sure? But no, absolutely. And luckily they were able to save. I think they saved over 100 pallets. At least, from what I gathered at the meeting, 50 to 60 pallets of practically brand new textbooks were just thrown in the garbage.
So there obviously there were steps that led to that. They're identifying the books that needed to get palletized, getting them palletized, and then transporting them to the dump and then discarding them at the dump. Have we figured out, has the investigation been done to figure out who was the responsible hand at all of those different stops? And why nobody questioned it? Why no? The guy throwing the books and kicking the pallets off the back of the truck into the dump must have thought to himself, "This is crazy."
Well, this is, and again, I don't want to start rumors, but this is what I heard, that they were in a rush to try to pass these school inspections, and these pallets they were afraid they were going to fail the inspections, because they had these pallets laying around and so that's why they were basically sent off like that. And I can't confirm if that's true or not, but that's what I had heard in and around the meeting the other night on Tuesday night, which is just a shame. I mean, throwing away, and by the way, and this is one thing people don't even talk about, how much each brand new book costs initially. I mean, they're very expensive. They're one of the most expensive things you can buy.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. With all of the steps that we should have been taking to digitize all this stuff, put all your textbooks, put all the workbooks in iPad form or some kind of electronic form, as opposed to buying an old school textbook. Fight the fight on what's better, screens or paper. Personally, I like paper, but if that's the thing that costs more, then I'm probably going to go and get the cheaper Amazon bookstore version of it.
Right.
Give me the Kindle version of all of those textbooks. Well, just a ridiculous story, and another prime example of what happens when the systems are as decentralized as they are.
Yes. Also, you mentioned the currency of certain textbooks. Some books, like math books, they really don't change. I mean, math is math. It's math time immemorial.
Yes.
And there's absolutely no reason. And in fact, I have in my office math books from the early 1980s when I was in college that I still refer to as references.
The formulas don't change. For the most part, I don't know that we're doing as much advanced work. I would submit to you that maybe there's advanced work in chemistry and in high-end calculus and things like that, where we brought more of the theoretical mathematics into the realm of a high school senior classroom. But I don't know that is a huge requirement anymore. And can you imagine what those books cost? I don't know. It's a weird conversation that we find ourselves in, and more needs to be done to make sure that there's adult supervision in all of these places, and people aren't making decisions without understanding the cash value of their decisions and what that means for schools. I can see where somebody's is just in a panic trying to make sure that they get that now lusted after C grade in their inspection, and thought they were making the best decision possible for the school, when now we're going to finally do an accounting of this, and it's going to come up to be maybe hundreds of thousands of dollars that the Department of Education doesn't have to spend.
Absolutely. Also, we were deeply concerned about hirings and why people weren't being hired the way they were supposed to have been hired, particularly for classroom support, people to directly work with our young people in the classes. We're deeply concerned about that at the meeting. We've asked several times for the senators to remove our micromanagement boundary and allow us to be a governing board rather than just a policy advisory board, because we need to help out, and many of us do want to directly work with these things, and we're not allowed to. And maybe there was good reason 20 years ago that they didn't want the board doing these things, but now, for whatever reason, the current board and largely many of the current members are going to be there for the next 2 years. We want to take action, and we want to make the schools work better. We want to make the system work better, and take more of a direct role in that regard.
Yeah.
So
Well, and the problem is I think in the way that the boards had been cast all of those years ago, where they seemingly had too much power over the superintendent, and then we had periods where there were superintendents of the ed board that frankly needed that kind of adult supervision. Then we get somebody like the last guy. The hell was his name again? John. John Fernandez, and he seemed to be competent. So we don't need a micromanaging board, because Fernandez seemed to be doing it. Worked very well with Mark Mendiola, also on the ed board. So it wasn't like we needed to have somebody there that had this adult supervision. And there were a time, and you know this, when the ed board was rogue. if you'll recall, and they decided, at one point or another, whether the superintendent of education lived or died, and would go and fire them in the dead of the night. I think one of the guys that was fired because they didn't have proper the water temperature in the water coolers in the schools or something stupid like that.
Right.
Yeah, and they canned him. Juan, that was Juan Flores, I think.
Right, a little over 20 years ago, we even elected a sex offender to the school board.
Hey.
And nobody on the board seemed to be able to speak up there. Luckily, Doug Moylan, had him kicked off, but the board itself could not deal with that guy. Didn't know, and me, I would have put him up on the slate and kicked him out of the room. I mean, that's the reality. And unfortunately, the media at the time knew he had a criminal record, didn't report it. I'm talking about the news media. They simply didn't tell the public about this guy. And he ends up getting himself elected, and then everyone's, oh, he has a criminal record. Oh, he has this and that.
What do we do now?
Right. And nobody on the
Hey, let me just change the subject, because we're talking about the Ed Board education, which is might as well be talking about the hospital. It's just one of those things that we're just always going to have chronic problems with until we figure it out. And maybe the smart thing to do would be just throw all the money that we're spending in the public school systems as much as possible into the charter school systems. Get vouchers for kids to be able to get thrown into private schools if that's going to be the case, because it just seems to me that we. Among the other things and the other mismanagement issues that we've got in the schools and just plain lazy thinking, I think one of the other things that we've got to think about is, are we actually educating our children? I mean, you've got an editorial in the newspaper that says, do elections really work for Guam? And I've messed through a little bit of that editorial before, but we could ask the same question of the Ed Board and the entire Department of Education. Do they really work for Guam? If we eliminated it and rebuilt it from scratch, would that not be better for education than what we see today?
I think what really needs to happen is there needs to be that exact thing, Ray, and that is we need to sit down and say, what do we want education to be in the next 20, 30, 40 years? And how do we put together things to make it work out? And it's a fairly complex process to do it, but it takes people talking about it. And it takes people to realize that's maybe what's needed. And one other thing, and I've said this before with your radio show before, we need to stop building concrete ovens and calling them schools and then scratching our heads on why the air conditioning doesn't work because we don't maintain anything. We need to stop building buildings that require heavy-duty air conditioning
that's for the teachers.
Air.
That's for the little kids are elastic. They don't need it. And I went to a school that we had one teacher. She had an air conditioner, but she covered that with her own earnings. Library always needed it, so the books didn't get all moldy. But for most of us at Father Duenas, we would go from one unair-conned classroom to another. And you know what? Right. We lived. We lived. When I went to St. Anthony School, we'd go from one unair-conned classroom to another. It wasn't until, 76, 77 that they started, and for the very youngest of the students there, started putting air conditioning in the classrooms. And when they did, they were air conditioners that everybody knew how to maintain. Clean this over there. And for the most part, they're big window rattler air conditioners that would work if you had a family of kittens living in it. They were just, workhorses. And now we've replaced everything with these split type air conditioners. Wonderful technology, great on the savings, but for whatever savings you're making using those, I think you lose in the cost of maintenance and replacement of the high-end electronics that are inside them.
Yeah, the high-end electronics burn out in a heartbeat too, given our power fluctuation problem.
Yep.
And so, why don't we have fans? And fans, actually, in my office, I don't have an air conditioner at my office. I just have a fan, and I run the fan when I'm in there. That's about it. There's no air conditioning required. Part of it's because we have chronic air conditioner problems where I work.
You don't want to expect it when you walk in the door. I'm with you. I've got an air conditioner in the bedroom it only goes on at night when I'm going to sleep. Otherwise, there's a fan circulating. So when I go home and take a nap, I just lay down on the bed. Don't throw a blanket on me. Why throw the blanket on me and turn on the air conditioner? The fan on the roof keeps things fairly cool. The living room, I've got the air conditioner. This makes Joe crazy. I've got the air conditioner just under 80 degrees in the house. And Joe's like, you live like a savage. But it dries the air, and then I've got a fan blowing that cool, dry air on me. And so it's possible. I think it's possible I'm probably saving money on my air conditioner. Anyway, one last thing, because I got another caller I want to get to. Earlier I was talking with Presiding Judge LaMorena for the Constitution Week, and it occurred to me that Guam doesn't actually have a constitution. We've got the Organic Act that was given to us by Congress a long time ago, and we need to have a conversation. And I think, as I said, and I used the word burden, I chose that word carefully, someone needs to burden themselves with having another conversation about a constitutional convention in this decade, in this lifetime.
So, Ray, the 1976 enabling law that grants islands and Guam the right to have constitutions, it's the same law, tasks the Guam legislature to do it. And the Guam legislature is totally enfeebled. They can't do anything. In fact, they called one constitutional convention. It was very successful, as you mentioned. Governor Gutierrez, at that time, I think he was a senator or maybe speaker. He shepherded the whole process, did a wonderful job, and then it fell flat. There's nothing keeping us from holding these conversations or even electing constituent members of the Constitutional Convention except the Guam legislature. They refuse to do their job. This is a job tasked to them by the U.S. Congress, and they're either too lazy or too dull to understand those are the kind of fundamental things they're supposed to do in a legislature. They're too busy naming stuff. They don't actually do things like call a constitutional convention.
There's something that'll make a difference. I mean, here we are. We complain about the nature of our relationship with the federal government. We complain about issues that we need to resolve regarding the powers as should be shared between the judiciary, the legislative and administrative branch of the government, and click your heels 3 times together, and maybe we'll see something happening.
Yeah, and kick all those clowns out too. That's another thing.
We're gonna kick in some other new clowns.
Hopefully we'll have some ringmasters jump in too.
One of these days. All right, buddy. I'm gonna let you go. 9:32 in the morning is the Ray Gibson show on where are we? 93.3 The Point.
That's right.
Am I able to take a news break
We're
here?
still here, yes, for KUAM.
All right. Well, let's do that. Joe Nugent-Charfris from KUAM. It's time for the 9:30 news.
Buenas and Holiday Guam, I'm Jonathan Charfris. Here's a look at 3 stories you need to know for Thursday, September 19th. Another scary situation for employees after a local vape shop was targeted by an arsonist for the second time in less than a week. It was just last Wednesday when Puff Supply Guam's Dededo location caught on fire after someone apparently poured gasoline down their vent and lit it on fire with a nylon rope. This time, a makeshift Molotov cocktail was thrown into their Barragata location. Fortunately, no one was injured, but police are now searching for those responsible. Atsuki Hirayama has a story. You can watch it right now on our KUAM News YouTube channel. In education news, students at JQ San Miguel Elementary School will experience their first day of school this Friday as they return to their home campus. The home of the Eagles passed public health inspections on Tuesday, bringing an end to their alternate school schedule with Seal Taitano Elementary School. The central school also joined Price Elementary in Manilao in completing sanitary inspections this week, although Price Elementary School's official report has yet to be released. Again, come Friday, September 20th, JQ San Miguel students, faculty, and staff will return to the Mongmong Totu Mighty campus. And heading into the Department of Corrections, Tanya Lynn Uggan was caught 20 minutes after escaping from a fence that was cut open. She is situated with the other women in the Post 8 housing unit. According to DOC Director Fred Berdalio Jr., a full lockdown was initiated after her escape at 5:15 Wednesday morning. Special Ops spotted her running from the compound and was able to apprehend her. An internal affairs investigation as to how she escaped has been launched. For these stories and more, you can visit KUAM.com. You can also stream our KUAM News Primetime on our YouTube channel as well as our Facebook page. And make sure to follow KUAM News on Instagram for the very latest. Watch our exclusive local channel now on Peacock by visiting peacocktv.com/local. Jonathan Charfris, KUAM News.
I'm Ginger Cruz, and I'm running for Congress with a plan. You can read it at gingercruz.com. Jim Moylan has no plan, just outdated websites. No solutions, you need to call his office. But here's what he did do. He lost $300 million in compact impact money. He let his good friend in Congress kill compensation for Guam's radiation survivors. And he took credit for money that DOD is getting for Guam. Guam faces real threats and a crushing cost of living. And Washington is where we can solve these problems if you understand how. Congress is tough. You have to engage with members, know what you're talking about, be convincing, and move Guam's issues. From my start in the Guam legislature in 1983 to the Ada and Gutierrez administrations to the highest levels of the federal government, this has been my life's work. I even taught it at UOG. A lifetime of experience means that I'm ready to work for you on day one. I'm Ginger Cruz for Congress. I approved and paid for this ad, and I need your vote.
Craving delicious dishes with local flavors? Look no further than Mezcla Bistro. From our juicy burgers to flavorful seafood and local fusion, every dish is made with love and the freshest ingredients. Join us for an unforgettable lunch, dinner, or decadent Sunday brunch. Visit us online at mezclaguam.com or call 671-479-2652 or 671-489-2653 to make a reservation. Vote for Mezcla Bistro in Pica's Best 2024. Mezcla Chamorro Fusion Bistro, a true taste of Guam.
CNN reporting that the rate cut that the feds did is colliding, they say, with presidential politics, and they say could be a good sign for the Biden-Harris White House, and perhaps even the Harris campaign. They'd long predicted something along the lines of a soft landing, and maybe this is going to help usher in that soft landing. There's a lot to make out of it. There was a lot of anticipation that maybe the market was going to react positively. Unfortunately, you take a look at where things ended up this morning. All of the American markets were down. S&P 500, the Dow, and the NASDAQ were all of them in the red here this morning. And in a big case, the Dow off by 103 points. And that's not a whole heck of a lot. But you would think with the news of a cut in rate and maybe access to cheaper money, that would be welcomed by the business community. Or maybe there's something else that I don't know. 9:36 in the morning. Frank's on the line. Had some thoughts about the interest rates. Good morning, Frank. How you doing?
Hey, I'm good. How are you guys?
Not bad, not bad. What are you thinking about?
So I just wanted to end your radio station or talk show with some positive news about mortgage rates.
By all means, go ahead.
Yeah, we've definitely seen a drop in rates. I've been saving people anywhere from $200 to $600 a month on a refinance. So now's the time to look at what you have. If you're tired of paying the $3,000 mortgage payment, you definitely need to investigate a refinance on your existing loan, or maybe it's time to make an offer on a home with how good the market is in regards to it being a buyer's market.
The buyer's market here? When did that happen?
I'm sorry?
There's a buyer's market here?
It's a buyer's market. You can negotiate terms and closing costs. So,
well, I mean that's always been the case, but it seems to me that the guys that were holding all of the power on this were the guys that were actually holding the note on the property. And I can wait this thing out. I don't know that there's a whole lot of people that are urgently selling property here on Guam. I don't spend a lot of time talking about that kind of thing with folks in the real estate game. What do you know?
Yeah, I think there's an ample amount of inventory on the real estate side for sale. So I know the market has been somewhat quiet based on where the rates have been.
Yeah.
But this downturn in rates will definitely stimulate activity, I think.
Like I said, access to cheap money is always a good thing, but I don't know if it's going to be instantaneous. I've owned properties in my life before and had contemplated many times doing the refinance on that. But I mean, just the points that you need to get a new loan all put together and booked, inspection fees, all of the paperwork. You gotta spreadsheet the hell out of this stuff to make sure that in the very least you're breaking even.
For sure. Yeah, if it doesn't make sense, I'm going to tell you that in 2 minutes. Yeah. So if you've got your mortgage payment, you got your terms in front of you, I'll tell you what it in 2 minutes, and if it makes sense, and if it's something that you would recoup in 6 months. So
yeah.
Obviously, I'm not going to refinance a 3% interest rate. We're looking for loans greater than 6%.
Yeah. Well, and I don't know I don't know too many people that bought while it was as high as that. I mean, there might be a couple of first-time buyers out there, and maybe a couple of people that just felt that they couldn't resist it, or now was the time to get in. And you think about refinancing a little bit later on, but even those are on the highs. 20 away from the top of the hour. Frank, I'm sorry. Where are you working these days?
I work for PenFed Credit Union.
I'm familiar with that. I got a couple of credit cards with you guys.
Yes. So, we definitely, I've been busy. I mean, the market's been good. Historically, the last 12 months on island, land management shows recordings of about 60 to 90 transactions per month. So there's definitely real estate activity. So I think, with the downturn in rates, you're going to see a little more refinances and more purchases, I believe.
Well, what's the PenFed rate going to go down to?
Well, I'm going to go out on a limb. So I've been looking at loans $400,000 to, and up. We're like 5.25% on VA loans. On a conventional loan, it's very specific to loan amount, credit scores, and purchase price.
Yeah. Well, I know a bunch of folks that have been able to really take advantage of their capabilities that are provided to them by the benefit of being able to buy on a VA loan program, and they have been that I have seen they have done very well with that benefit. Well, let's see if it works out for everybody else. Frank, you're welcome to call in anytime.
Okay, great. Yeah.
Appreciate
Thanks again.
the telephone call. Maybe we'll work out something where you can put together a loan and I can pay off the cards that I've got for you.
Works for me.
All right, buddy. You have a good one. 888-8255-888-TAL.
Dude, the Pentagon listens to us, Ray.
No, not the Pentagon. It's PenFed.
Same thing.
This is a similar logo.
I got $20 in that place.
Similar logo. And it made me crazy because as it turns, I try not to use those cards, but as it turns out, they were the only ones when I was trying to make a purchase of an eSIM while I was traveling. And Smart will sell you an eSIM. There's a lot of eSIM companies out there, and most current iPhones have got the capability of having an eSIM in there, in addition to the regular plastic SIM that goes in the phone. So I'm in the Philippines, and obviously I'm not going to roam while I'm there, so I wanted to get a SIM. Got a SIM. But it didn't work in the phone that I thought it was going to work in. Yeah, so I got an eSIM, and that means that my phone will work with both cards, the eSIM and the regular SIM. So I just turned off my Guam. I was going to say my Guam cell, but it's a GTA.
Just cut off your family.
Right. So no, I made it so that I could get texts and things like that on that line. But the eSIM was the one that I was using for internet, the data, the expensive stuff. And as it turns out, the only way that I could buy it was because my First Hawaiian cards and the Amex card and whatever, all of them had all these steps that I had to go through. But the PenFed was like, well, you want to spend money? Let's do it right now. Hurry up. Throw the number in there. That's good. Don't forget, I gotta do the address right, and everything was groovy. Smart eSIM is what I ended up, for those of you curious, I got a Smart eSIM. And I want to say it comes with, 5 gigs or something like that of data, which you'll burn through in the first day. At least I did, because I was doing that thing with the artificial intelligence girls. So I burned through that in the first day. So what you do is you can go to the 7-Eleven down the street, and they've got a machine in there. Love it. And you plug in the telephone information on the machine, and you tell it how much money you want to spend on it, and then it gives you a slip of paper, and you take the slip of paper to the lady and you pay for it, and then you shoot your phone at the QR code, and then bam, there's your load, bro. And I've still got load. It's like 48 gigs, and I don't know that I'm going to be and it's permanent. I guess the eSIM will last me forever now.
Okay.
With them. And so as long as I, I think I've got to use the thing every once in a while. I don't know how I'm going to accomplish that without actually being in the Philippines. And it's also possible that eSIM will follow me when I go to Japan next week. Program note. I'm part of the GVB delegation that is going to be going off to the JATA show in Tokyo. And the point of the trip is for me to see if I can gather more information. There's a story in today's news about how tourism is lagging these days. We still haven't hit the numbers. Tourist arrivals continue to drag. GVB is raising their marketing budget by 24%. Obviously, that means that we need to spend a whole lot more time on some of our source markets. Korea, their budget is going to be going up. Japan, marketing budget up by 16% in order to further entice people in Japan to get out to Guam. We were hoping for a bump in arrivals when we started playing around with the Haneda leg. And I've got to talk to Sam Shinohara about how successful that has been for them and what kind of numbers they're seeing out of that particular source market in the source market. But I want to talk to people in Japan about what some of the other possibilities are going to be, considering the fact that the yen is a lot stronger than it was. The last time I was in Tokyo, the yen was touching around 157, 158, 160, and now it's down to 142 today. Damn. And the stronger the yen is against the dollar, that means the more dollars that the Japanese can buy when they get to Guam. And so I'm beginning to see, as the yen gets stronger, and beginning to hear, mostly hear. We all know the difference in the sound of the different languages, Korean, Japanese, Chinese. I'm beginning to hear more and more Japanese, and I'm hoping that that's a trend that is going to continue. So I will be leaving. I won't be here Thursday. Thursday will be another Charlie Hermosa morning. Then the next day I will broadcast from Japan. And then it's going to be Saturday and Sunday, and then the Monday is a travel night. It's another red eye, and so I'm probably going to sleep in that morning, just like I did when I came in from the Philippines this week. So and then Charlie will take care of that show as well. So that's the travel itinerary going on. Oh, and speaking of travel, oh my God, I forgot. I'm amazed that I forgot to do me a favor. I got to open up a thing. I want to open up a website. Stand by. U.S. Passport Office. Passport Office on the web.
You got that preferred traveler thing? You just swim right through, right?
The machine wasn't working. But it doesn't make any difference. It's the flight from the Philippines.
You got to take your shoes off, Ray. Take off your belt.
Yeah. Location refresh. I'm looking for the Department of State U.S. passports. Click on that, and it is asking me if it can use my local address. I don't care. The point that I want to make here, and this is why I'm going to the internet to search for this, is CBS, who I don't believe anything they say, but this is, it's coming from the federal government, right? CBS is reporting that you can get your passport renewed online.
No.
If you are an adult, you can renew. There it is. I am an adult. There, you can see it right here on the screen. I am an adult renewing online.
Oh, you are an adult.
It says, yeah. So, let me just follow this around here. Confirm you meet the requirements. There's like 18 steps here. Okay, got it. Confirm you meet the requirements. Create your account. Start the application. Enter your most recent passport info. Enter travel plans. Upload digital photos. Sign and pay. Enroll in email updates and all of that. How difficult.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah. So, all right, it's cool. Okay?
Yeah.
I'm going to say it's cool.
Will it work?
But, dude, it's online. I feel like this would be the equivalent of voting online.
Oh, yeah.
So, okay, I've got to pass. Well, I mean, how easy would it be for somebody to get my information
with my photo on it,
and put their photo on it?
I'm Ray Gibson.
Yes, exactly. Exactly. How secure is all of this? Now, I'm trying to think of. I think 2026 is when I've got to renew, and I don't know how long it will take them to do this online. But was the interesting story that I caught this morning, was that you could renew your passport online. It was, what crazy was people that were trying to get passports renewed during COVID-19. And remember, everything shut down, and a lot of passports expired while everything was shut down. And then all of a sudden, if you're vaccinated, then you can you can travel. And everybody said, "Oh, I can travel now." Oh no, the passport is expired, and so you got to go to the passport office. And a lot of people had to go directly to Congressman Moylan's office, and work on renewals and things like that. I want to say Mayumi had to get her passport renewed while there was COVID. And
doesn't it expires right before the actual expiration date? On
no,
the
it's
passport?
you know what it is. There's this stupid thing where you've got a passport and it's still got 6 months on it.
Yeah.
And they go, oh, no.
It's no good.
Yeah, this is no good. It's
hate
expiring in
that.
6 months. No, but it's expiring in 6 months. Why can't I use it now? Or my favorite is the one where, I'm using it as a form of identification. Okay, I grab an old one and they say, I'm sorry, this passport's expired. I said, yeah, but I'm not.
It's real.
It's still me. It's still
Look at
verified.
all the Philippine
It
stamps in there,
verifies
man.
that I am a citizen of the United States of America and that I'm capable of working, and it is a perfectly acceptable form of identification. The fact that the date is expired only applies to travel. It doesn't necessarily apply to me as a human being. My citizenship was not revoked. Is the claim that I will make from time to time. At any rate, give it a shot. And see what it says. If your passport is going to be expiring soon, see about the possibilities. I might do this just for my own edification. If I get motivated later to see if this would actually work, if I meet the requirements, and just how secure a document this is going to be. I don't know. This is a crazy world that we live in, as evidenced by the recent stories that I've been chiming about here, and more people doing investigations into the concept of death by device. I'm on the internet all the time. Anybody that knows me knows I spend a lot of time doing screen time. I consider it research. I consider it ways that I keep conversations on the radio going 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And it's also a great way to look at thick Asian chicks in bikini. Having said that, one of the scariest videos, and the videos that I hate are the ones, and there's a proliferation of them. They get seconds before death or seconds before disaster, those kinds of Twitter feeds. And it's basically, here's a picture of somebody that is doing something stupid and is about to die. And we've caught it on camera. How about that? Hey, look at that. They've got some of these things that are actually kind of off-putting because they're videos of Russians that have invaded Ukraine.
Oh, yeah.
And they're not dying the way fighters used to fight back in the olden days, huh? They might be, miles away from the front, miles away from where the battle is raging, but they're getting killed because the Ukrainians have got these drones, and these drones have got weapons on them.
Flying and
they
explode.
will fly right over a Russian guy and blow him to, as they say in the cartoons, smithereens. Absolutely blow them to smithereens. And you see these guys are running and trying to hide from the drone. You can't hide from the drone. They got eyes in the skies.
Fly into the building.
Yeah, and they'll
Boom.
fly right into a building. There's a ton of
Foo
C4.
bar.
Yeah, I mean, just crazy. And so I'm going, we have found a way to hurl death from a distance. Now, you say what you want to about the Russians. You say what you want to about Ukrainians. And after watching what happened in Israel in October, I just think that there's certain members of a certain subset of society, the terrorists, that don't need to live anymore. So when we see what the Israelis have done to Gaza, when we see what they've done to Rafah and places like that, the word in Chamorro is, so that's what you get. That's what you get, crossing the border, killing a bunch of people at a music festival, raping, pillaging, and all of the different ways that you terrorist minds have figured out how to kill people. And so when I hear about the Israelis, and it's the Israelis, they're fessing up to it. When I hear about these guys and the steps that they have taken to deliver death by remote control, I gotta say, this is crazy. This is amazing. That's the way that they've doing it. With Axios writing, we've entered a new era of futuristic warfare. Any device connected to the internet can be turned into a deadly weapon. Israel did it yesterday with deadly and cinematic precision, booby-trapped thousands of pagers with explosives that detonated near simultaneously all across Lebanon. 9 people are dead. Nearly 3,000 people have been wounded. And these are not mere scratches. I mean, we're talking about body parts that have been blown away. There's guys that were holding the phones with their hands, and if they've still got all of their fingers on their hand, hell, if they've still got their hand, it's amazing. The attack signals the beginning of a new and very dangerous era in cyber warfare. The same technique theoretically can be applied to any connected device, including your phone. This was written prior to today's headlines that are coming out of Lebanon that are showing victims, Hezbollah victims of these new cyber attacks that were killed by their phones, injured by their phones, and any number of things. I thought I saw a toilet. I can't confirm, but it seems to me that toilet might have been used as a way to blast a message out to the members of the Hezbollah. A U.S. official said Israel briefed the U.S. after the conclusion of the operation, but Israel did not inform the Biden administration in advance that they were doing that.
Don't go in there.
Don't tell the Biden administration. They'll tell the Iranians. They'll tell Hezbollah. It will ruin the surprise. And they are saying now, the story that I read to you a little bit earlier was, oh, you thought that was cool? That might be stage 2. We might have a stage 3, stage 4 coming up. Frankly, we want you to be afraid of every device that you have got in front of you. Frankly, want you to be afraid to even
the Stone Age,
to even use the bathroom. To even use the bathroom, we want you to be afraid of that. The problem, though, and there's going to be a lawsuit. The problem is there's a Taiwanese firm that manufactures these pagers. Apparently, pagers are still big business somewhere, and the company is embarrassed by the fact that their brand of phones their brand of pagers was used in these cyber attacks. So it's not the Taiwanese company. It's they've allowed the construction and sales of these devices under license. You know, it's like certain beers that look like Japanese beers, but they're actually made in China.
Yeah.
Or certain Japanese beers that look like Japanese beers, but they're made in Korea. Yes. Yeah. So it's the same brand, same whatever. It's just not manufactured in that country. So they licensed the technology to somebody else to manufacture and brand these pagers. And somewhere along the line, significant numbers of these were intercepted by agents of Israel, where they placed just a couple of ounces of TNT in there, and
genius.
And then it's just beautiful. It's just beautiful. I mean, even the idea that they let the pagers beep several times. So to make sure that they got the attention of the guy that they were beeping, so they either had to pick it up to look at it to see who was calling in or who was sending a message. And at that time, the thing goes off, blows a hole in their hand. You got shrapnel coming at their face or their bodies. I mean, because nobody reacts that fast. And it's a beautiful thing to see happen to these terrorists. On the other hand, what happens when they figure out how to do that? What happens when the dark forces tilt against us?
An eye for an eye.
Yeah, and go, oh, Ray Gibson says he's always on his phone. I've always wanted to shut that guy up. 9:57 and change. You got the telephone. We got to take a break now, don't we?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, all right. Is it about the right time? Okay, we'll figure it out. I might or might not come back. Be right back, maybe.
Craving delicious dishes with local flavors? Look no further than Mezcla Bistro. From our juicy burgers to flavorful seafood and local fusion, every dish is made with love and the freshest ingredients. Join us for an unforgettable lunch, dinner, or decadent Sunday brunch. Visit us online at mezclaguam.com or call 671-479-2652 or 671-489-2653 to make a reservation. Vote for Mezcla Bistro in Pica's Best 2024. Mezcla Chamorro Fusion Bistro, a true taste of Guam.
Boss, I got run over by a forklift.
Boss, I crashed a company truck.
What do we do? Our warehouse and inventory are gone.
Hi, this is Dave Silva from AB Risk Solutions, and it's time for Risk 101. Everything you just heard are examples of risk your businesses can face. Our job is to ask the hard what-if questions and teach you how to reduce your exposures and help you recover if things go sideways. We've got decades of experience in Micronesia, working with businesses big and small. Call AB Risk Solutions today at 777-2668 for a free inspection and quote.
AB Risk Solutions, formerly known as Aon.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Whether you're looking to get a personal loan for that family vacation or paying off those long overdue bills, Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $4,000 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña 475-4545 or Dededo 633-4473. Family Finance.
This time check is brought to you by Ginger Cruz for Congress. Now more than ever, Guam needs strength, experience, and intelligence in Congress. It's time for a leader. Vote Ginger Cruz.
Paid for by Ginger Cruz for Congress.
Earlier today, I gave you a little bit of a factoid, or attempted to. Approximately 30% of dating app users have this in common. Joe, do you know what it is?
No.
They're married.
Oh, God.
30% of the people on dating apps are already married. And just in case I'm talking to somebody, there's a new rollout of software for your iPhone. It's 18.1, I think. And one of the great features of 18.1 is it makes it so that you can, number one, hide your Tinder app. It's still on the phone. You can hide it, and you can make it so that the only way that you can open it up is with, I don't know, facial recognition or something like that. You didn't hear it from me. I'm just trying to help out the brothers. It's 10 here on The Point.
News. The FBI says Iran tried to send hacked Trump campaign data to the Biden campaign.
Intelligence officials, including the FBI, revealing in late June and early July, Iranian malicious cyber actors sent unsolicited information stolen during Iran's hack on the Trump campaign to individuals then associated with President Biden's campaign. The agency goes on to say there was no information indicating those recipients replied, calling this the latest example of Iran's multi-pronged approach to stoke discord and undermine confidence in our electoral process. The FBI previously revealing Iran had also tried and failed to hack the then Biden-Harris campaign, warning Iran and Russia have been ramping up efforts to try to influence the U.S. election, including with political disinformation campaigns.
Fox's Kristen Goodwin. Former President Trump holding a rally tonight in a red pocket of a blue state on New York's Long Island.
And the reason I'm here is because hasn't been done in many